Okay, finally back to Final Fantasy 14. It's been a while, 2 days to be exact. Had to work yesterday and the day before, so I wasn't able to play. Really looking forward to continuing this today. And obviously, I want to get through the main story. Obviously, not as quickly as possible. I want to do it as slow as possible. But at the same time, I really want to see where this goes. I've heard, thankfully, I've not been spoiled. The few people that I've talked to, that sort of conveyed their feelings about the story to me, and they're obviously further along than I am, and apparently from everything that I've read and heard so far, it's all that we wanted, or it's really incredible. But again, I know absolutely nothing about what is going to happen, and as I've said multiple times before, I have absolutely no clue where this leads or where it goes. I mean, there are some ideas, obviously, that you might have, but it's just, there are so many possibilities for how this could go. I'm really looking forward to how they conclude this epic saga. But, as I said the last time, we're going to start with side quests. Yay! Because there are quite a couple of side quests here. So I'll switch back to Paladin. You know what? Actually, I probably should have started another job as well, because it would have made sense to only level Paladin to 81, so that I could start with, right with the first dungeon. And since it's a tank, I probably should have maybe used another DPS class, like Black Mage or Red Mage maybe, and level them through these side quests, but I don't, I started them on Paladin, so I'm going to continue them on Paladin. It's not a big deal, really. I mean, overall, it's going to be really easy to level up the other jobs anyway, so yeah. What's going on here? Cat lady, huh? It's so wonderful seeing all these creatures, not only cats, but everything else that we've seen so far. All the minions, essentially, that you can get in game. You can see them all here, and they've been created apparently 12,000 years ago. Very cute. So what's up with you? Oh. So this is a search quest. Can you spare a moment, familiar? I'd like to gauge my own familiar's capabilities against yours. See this one's big blue eyes? They're especially sensitive to ethereal emissions. As part of my testing, I propose a race between the two of you. I've imbued a Gamelia bloom with a unique trace of ether. Whoever finds it first is the winner. I suppose it won't be much of a contest unless you can see the ether as well, so I'll lend you a crystal which will allow you to detect its presence. Okay. If the flower is nearby when you use it, the crystal will emit a brilliant light. The further you are from your prize, the less dazzling this glow will be. Let me know if you require further instruction. Now, let the competition begin. Okay, so obviously this is going to be a quest. I wonder if that's a hint towards the quest objective where the cat just ran. So I guess that's this one, right? The crystal glimmers warmly. The flower isn't here, but you may be on the right track. Do I want to do this first, maybe, since it's such a special quest? I think I will. Because it's just going to get confusing if, if I take on the other quest as well, and then you probably lose track of where this could be. So you think this is... Okay. Whoa, alright, so there's the other, there's quite a few quests here. So I'm missing 2 quest ether currents and then the main story ether current, obviously. So they're both here. Interesting. So that means that this is probably the last side quest hub. The crystal twinkles only faintly. Where could that flower be? Alright, so it's not this way then. Can I use it while mounted? It's still so weird to me seeing these creatures just, you know, roaming around here. Because it was such a special event fate back in Heavensward. Can I use it while mounted? Yes, I can. Alright, so it wasn't to the southeast, so let's try the west then, huh? I mean, this is still close to where we took on the quest. Okay, still on the right track apparently. It's not here either. Let's try... I mean, it could be... Let's try the north. It's a bit annoying because you can't, like... There are a couple of rocks here that you can't traverse very easily. The only thing that I'm a bit annoyed about... Wait, have I seen these before? I think I wasn't even aware that they are mobs here as well. They should have given you at least a general hint towards its direction, right? So wait a second. It's not here. It's not to the west. It's maybe fairly close to the village? Not here either. But we've already been... What? Maybe it is actually close to the village? Wait, so the quest is back there at the building, right? And it's not here. I was on the right track around... So then, south, maybe? Right, but I wasn't on the right track over there, so... Maybe it'll be towards the south? In that case? Maybe I'm on the right track. Alright. Let's try the clearing here. I have a feeling that the cat should be way faster than I am. If I'm still on the right track here, then it's probably here somewhere. Oh, crystal shines brilliantly. The flower must be nearby. Question is where? Well, that's somebody gathering. So is it further up or... Okay. Maybe it's either here? No? Maybe this tree? Wait. But there isn't anything here. Maybe up there? Oh, there it is. That's quite far away. What? Interesting. Let's see, what does it say now? Still. I don't know. I really, really like quests like this, right? Where they just don't outright give you the objective. But I have a feeling they should have given you a few more hints. And also the way the crystal works. I don't know. I was still pretty far away when it's... I mean, well... I was close enough to see the sparkle. I don't know. I like quests. I like quests like these better when they have like actual hints, right? This was literally just, all right, go anywhere and take a look if you know the item in your inventory does something. That's a bit, you know, it's cooler if they say like, oh, there's a treasure somewhere. It's the, I don't know, third tree to the right of the track towards XYZ, right? The perks of being a lost flower. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of Academia Anida, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way when she realized she forgot something back in Anagnorisis, so she ran back, and that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply got lost on her way back. I would rather not search for her myself, for what if she comes back while I'm away? So if it's not too much trouble, perhaps you would be so kind as to look for her? Of course. Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, and so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Philometh's Notus, in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See if she makes it back. But of course. Alright, let's turn off the main quest for now. So that I can see all the quest objectives. Still no reaction. What exactly are we supposed to try now? Ah, perfect. The familiar. I'm on the observation team for a new kind of bird, and it's giving us some trouble. It won't move or react at all, no matter what anyone does to it. Could you maybe give it a try? I bet I can get a reaction. Again, interesting that they give you these possible answers for quests here. Literally also answers that won't accept the quest outright. I wonder why they did it in this area. I certainly hope so, and I've got something for you if you succeed. We have a specialist in avian species working with the creation in question, and he can help you with the particulars. You'll find them by the towering structure northeast of our settlement here. Excuse me, but have you a moment? I'm in search of a runway creation and need an extra set of hands to assist in its apprehension. I had been keeping such a close watch on the thing, and it had been so well behaved I thought I could rest my eyes for a second. When I looked up, though, poof, gone. Just like that. Please, won't you help me find it? I'll make it worth your while, I promise. Oh, thank you. I'll continue to search in this vicinity, though it's likely the creature scampered off farther afield. While I scour the area here, might you explore the eastern end of Rumination's Ramble? Oh yes, I should probably tell you about the creature we're looking for. We call it a Bryon, a seedkin that bears a passing resemblance to a moss bloom. It will wither and perish without water, or become an overgrown monstrosity with too much. Keeping it hydrated is a delicate balancing act. If the creature has fallen into a river, it will be, suffice to say, too big to carry on one's own. Should you find it submerged in a body of water, try to remove as much moisture as you can. That ought to shrink it some more. Use this drying agent on it to drain the sudden sop. If it begins to rave at you or act in any way rampages, subdue it and capture it with this etheric rope. Okay. You there, please. It is most urgent. A colleague of mine in Philomyth's Notos has just sent word of a most disturbing nature. A blue Charybdis was practicing its flying, but became separated from its fellows. From what I gathered, based on my friend's manic message, it was last seen taking wing to Peripateia crystalline. We are all of us searching far and wide, but could you look into the direction of Peripateia crystalline? Your help would not go unrewarded, I can assure you of that. Oh, thank you. Between us, we ought to be able to locate this lost creature. You should know that Charybdises have a penchant for heights, so I will scan the skies around here. I'll leave the upper floors of Peripateia crystalline to you. If you do happen to find the creature I spoke of, use this etheric rope to bind it. And not to worry, the bindings cause no injury or pain. Good luck, and I shall see you soon. So I suspect that's the blue creature that Emmett helped train, right? And now it's training on its own. And apparently flew off. Oh, cool. You must be a Zem's familiar. I had a favor to ask of the observers here, but seeing as they all seem awfully preoccupied, perhaps I can ask you instead. I'm experimenting with crossbreeding different types of plants. I was thrilled when I finally produced a whole new species, right up until the point where they rose up and floated away. Last I saw of them, they were headed towards the eastern side of the island. I managed to wrangle a goodly number, but there are still 8 or so missing. Could you help me recapture them? Thank you. Here, use this etheric rope to capture, say, 4 of them, and I can hopefully handle the rest. All of them with their etheric ropes. It's a bit of a shame, right? I mean, there are quite a few quests here who are literally the exact same quest over and over again, just with different creatures. I mean, they're still... It's just... They have a funny design because... Obviously, there are a bunch of creatures that we know from our present. And it's just funny seeing them here, you know, when they got created and what kind of trouble they caused. So, in a way, these quests are still fun, but, you know, I wish they would have come up with maybe a bit more. Or rather, again, it's sort of the problem. There are actually quite a few different side quests here. Like, really good ones as well. It's just that it's a bit too many quests overall, in my opinion. They should have just reduced the number of quests by, I don't know, 5 to 8, and maybe put in 2 more really good ones, right? Rather than have the same one over and over again. That's a bit of a shame. Those are some low levels of ether you have there. Even for a familiar, that must be awfully inconvenient. What say you assist me with an experiment that could help increase your reserves? I need one more ingredient before I can get started. If you could get your hands on a bit of slime from an Eidos in the forest, that would be great help. They use illusionary magics to mimic the shape of nearby creatures, so it'll be tricky to find one, but not impossible. Keep your eyes peeled for anything acting out of place. Once you think you've located an Eidos, use this crystallized concept to dispel the illusion. It should then be a relatively simple task to defeat the creature and obtain a nice heaping handful of gunk. Oh, but be warned, if you use the crystal on anything else, it tends to react violently. Should you make a mistake, there is no shame in beating a hasty retreat. A rather unusual familiar, aren't you? I haven't seen your concept on file at the Bureau of the Architect, and I've never come across anything like you in all my years of research. You're a Zem's familiar. Well, that certainly explains it. His creations are truly something else. I'm even more intrigued now. Would you mind if I observed you for a time? I'll make it worth your while, of course. Fantastic. I can hardly wait to get started, but not here. The study I'd like to conduct requires relocate to the west a ways. Please come and join me when you're ready. So I think it's these two more? Then that should be it. Greetings, I am a researcher from the Words of Mitron. I have dedicated my life to studying and creating aquatic life, but my main focus is the development of new shark species. Are you responsible for that shark that's running around scaring everybody? My latest creation has completed its round of observation at Anagnoresis and will be released after one final test. The thing is, I'm hoping to consult with the taxonomist before the Bureau of the Architect hands down its official registration. The same one who named my last shark, if I can... Spute Bradius was such a marvelous name. Spute? I think that's how you pronounce that. Turns out it's rather difficult to track down a specific person in a place such as this. Could you help me? Thank you. Here, take this. It's a model of the previous creation I just mentioned. Whoever named it should hopefully be able to recognize it. Ooh, somebody's playing Ellison. Or no? Yeah, that's an Ellison. It's always great seeing Ellison. Because nobody plays them for some reason. They're the best race, by the way. That was certainly quick. Did you really find the bloom already? I didn't think that was quick. Incredible! I've never seen such a talented familiar. Speaking of which, mine seems to have been distracted. I suppose that's only natural, considering its feline traits, but it honestly seems more like a pet than a proper familiar at times. Well then, I believe you deserve a reward for your victory, and for your assistance with my testing. Please be sure to convey my gratitude to your master as well. Was there something I could help you with? That's the shark minion, I should have known. So she created that. Well, that's a lot better than the, big one that's running around. Who named this species? I'm sorry, but I haven't a clue. Certainly not me. Ooh, questline. An expected guest. Well, this is a pickle. Whatever am I to do? Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Zem's familiar. Oh, and I do like the name. Okay. But if you belong to a Zem, then what has become of our visitor from Amarod? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when somebody from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. Oh, that's how that works. Wait, why, though? So that they can easily discern... that's interesting. Because... you would think, right, that if sort of their culture demands that they always wear masks, wouldn't they have been able to just sort of create a slightly different mask, or a mask that has some kind of, I don't know, sign on it that identifies you as a visitor? It wouldn't even need to be on the mask, right? You could literally just, I don't know, put like a visitor's badge around your neck or something. That is quite interesting. Maybe there's more to that, I don't know. And if you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. So these are the people that I have to question for the shark, right? Thank you so much for coming. Oh, no, this is something different. Now, let's get straight to business. All you need to do is reach out and touch some Orpheus songflowers. They're pretty blooms, light blue in color, and they emit these, well, bubbles, which enthrall any overly curious creatures. Think of it as a defensive mechanism. It has no effect on sapient beings such as myself, but I'm fascinated to know how it will affect you. Fear not, I will be sure to intervene should you begin to fall under its spell. I would never leave a familiar to such fate, especially not a familiar created by a Zen. Now, I've created 3 flowers of varying sizes and potencies. We'll begin with the smallest and weakest. Oh, I may be able to protect you from the flower itself, but if any nearby beasts are already under its influence, I'm afraid you'll have to be the one to protect me. Fighting was never my forte. Escort the familiar aficionado to the flower. Should you fail? Yeah. Alright. Let's be off. Ah, the anticipation. Yeah, could you, move? Oh, or, wait, what? Oh, I think I have to move. I thought I was following him, or her. I can never tell if they're male or female. He looks, I think it's a he, yeah. At least by, 14's face features. Could very well be a she as well. Undersized or few songflowers, seriously. You don't seem too distressed by the fact that I'm fighting here. Don't you think you should, I don't know, move away like a couple of feet at least? I don't know, for some reason I find the sound that the blocking, I think it's the blocking that makes it sound. It sounds like the creature is like hitting a metal shield. It's just it's a really, really cool sound effect. You touch the flower. It doesn't seem to affect you. No reaction. Interesting. Let's try a more powerful one, shall we? Ugh, oh boy. Shit, I should have looked at the minimap. That's really interesting sound. Almost sounds like there's boiling water in them, doesn't it? Huh. I think it should be one of these, hopefully. That's another destination, I think, for some other quest. That's the flower over there. Oh. Yeah, how about you run away a little and not just stand there while you're being attacked? Got my person with you. Sure, buddy. That's fine. You touch the flower, you don't feel any different. Still nothing. Well, let's see how you fare against an exceptionally large one. I think it should be that one? I hope? Maybe not? Ah, that's another quest. Wait, what? Isn't that another quest as well there? Or am I... Wait, where's the researcher gone? Hello? Buddy? Is he stuck up there? Wait, what? These quests are a bit, you know, annoying if you have like a million different quest objectives on the minimap and you don't want to look at the actual map. It's a bit unfortunate. Shouldn't it be here somewhere though? Why would they put the quest objective like a million miles away? Where is that guy? Wait a second. Is he standing there? He is. That's rather odd. Yo, buddy. Oh, cool. I half expected him to be bugged or something, but wasn't the case. He literally just stood there waiting for me to come back. Okay. I have a feeling that it's not that quest objective. I think that was here before. The other ones are very close to the village, though. Why did he have to put the flowers so far apart? What the heck? I don't think that it's this one. Or maybe it is. Weird. Wow, yeah. It does look like a bigger one. Overgrown sunflower. Whoa! Hello there. And it literally just immediately went for it. Alright. You touch the flower, nothing happens. Oh. Incredible! Even a flower this size has no effect on you whatsoever. I thought for sure you would be enthralled. Considering the sparse nature of your ether, it simply doesn't make sense. Zem must possess some mastery which eludes me. Or Venat cast a very particular spell on me. In any case, that ends our experiment. I'll dissolve these blooms and meet you back at Poiton Oikos. Cool. It's not even that many side quests, right? I mean, it's not, you know, in this particular instance, it's not that many side quests, but I already did quite a few here, so, you know. What was that? I think there was some kind of destination here for some reason. I don't know what this is. There is no sign of the Charybdis. Oh, right. That's what I was supposed to be looking for. Let's do the other quests first. There's probably another, you know, destination quite close to here, but whatever. But it is also interesting with the side quests that they... Oh, that's part of the... Who are you? It's definitely interesting that they give you all the ether currents essentially close to the last island. What's that you have there? Oh, that's one of the... Who? What? Oh, how's that pronounced? Speedy Bradius. Of course I know it. I named it after all. Oh, it's you. The creator was calling it a cladoscalake, but I decided to go with something more closely tied to its distinct way of moving. I wanted to really capture the image of it rushing forward with its tiny steps, somehow swift and slow at once. In case you were curious, the name comes from a proverb meaning more haste, less speed. And if the creator wishes me to name her newest creation, I would of course be honored to do so. It's in anagnoresis, you say? I look forward to seeing it soon. Okay. My quest is done as well. What is this thing? Hasn't it been walking here for, like, all the time I've been here? It's not... I thought it was a mob at first. Weird. Huh. Interesting. I can just turn in the quest as long as I'm here. Can I jump up here? No. Wait. Oh, it was up there. Whoopsie. How the hell... Why? How the hell did I miss that? That it was up there and not down there. Any luck finding my taxonomist? You found him, and he's willing to give the new one a name too? That is wonderful news. This latest creation is actually a direct improvement over the last. I gave it more legs for a total of 8, so it can move even more quickly over land. A shark with 8 legs? What? It's a spider shark. With that taken care of, I need to hurry back to anagnoresis, but before I go, here, a token of my gratitude. What is their fascination with giving creatures more and more, like, limbs and such? I don't know. A lot of the time they don't seem to, like, you know, actually develop creatures that make any kind of sense. Rather, they just, I don't know, try to make them as spectacular as possible, I feel like. Thank you for lending me your time. It was most enlightening, not to mention perplexing. You have so little ether, yet something keeps you resistant to outside influence. Your physical constitution, perhaps? It's something to consider when creating familiars in the future, at least. I promised you a reward, didn't I? Here you go. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some data analysis and concept planning to do. Can I go up here? Yeah. Do this one first. Oh. Hello there. Yeah. Oh. Oh, right. This is the one that pretends to be something else. Or not. Well, that was close. Guess it's somewhere else then. This one's the next teleporter, right? That we used to get up there. At least it seems so. But we haven't been there either, haven't we? That is rather interesting. This zone still feels so much larger, but then again, it does also feel like we've we're now, like, at the end of the zone, or at least coming up at the end of the zone. I mean, can't be that much larger, right? Gloop. Yeah, that sounds like the right thing. Ding! There it was again. This metallic cling sound. I never quite know what the most efficient way to kill them as a paladin would be. I don't know. Labyrinthos, when we go back there, will also take some time because I still have, you know, quite a few side quests left that I didn't do the first time around. And then there's also probably going to be a lot of side quests after it, but... Oh, hey! Abysses. Why is it called Abysses? The bird bears an uncanny resemblance to Shoebill. It doesn't acknowledge your existence. You were sent to help us get this fellow's attention, yes? Then let's get you two acquainted. This here is an Abysses, so named for the way it seems to just stare off into the abyss. Okay, interesting name. One of our colleagues found it perched on a Melanion's antler and brought it in for closer study. And that's everything we know. We have no idea where it came from, who made it, or even what it really is. Well, I can tell you who made it, and I think I also know what it's for, but we'll be taking it to Kitsis Hyperborea eventually, but we want to get some notes on it first, namely on how it reacts to external stimuli. The Abysses has yet to acknowledge any of us, but maybe you can get a reaction out of it, seeing as you're a familiar. Why don't you try giving it a pet to start with? I have a feeling that it's either not going to react to me or that, you know... Emmett's not going to be pleased about this either way. The Abysses doesn't seem to notice you touching it and continues to stare into the distance. Nothing. Like some great thinker lost in a meditative trance. How about giving it a poke? Poke. The Abysses doesn't acknowledge you prodding. No good. I'm all out of ideas unless you want to try giving it a hug. Sure. Hug. There. For a brief moment, you could have sworn the Abysses glanced at you, eyes narrowed in irritation. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't think... Yeah. Still nothing. Too bad, really. I wouldn't call that nothing. What did it do? I can't believe I missed it. Perhaps the Abysses only responds to signs of affection. As such, I'll need you to help us experiment a bit more. We'll run dozens of tests, each with a different expression of love. Of course not. What the... No. Well, I suppose you have other duties to attend to. Still, I'm thrilled we got a reaction out of him. Thank you, and please give Pericles my regards when you go to collect your reward. Emmett needs to be more careful where he places that thing. His fellow, brethren just come in and try to do stuff with it. Find out what it actually is. I mean, I suspect that it's some kind of way for Emmett to... Seriously? I have to go down there? Aww. Unfortunate. I suspect that it's some kind of way for Emmett to, keep an eye on... Well, everything, really. You've spotted an overgrown creation resembling a Corpocua and is likely the Brionne you are in search of. Use the drying agent to remove some of its excess moisture. He also stares into the abyss. Doing these quests as a paladin does take quite a bit of time, but nah, whatever. Still fun though. Oh, right. I have to capture it, right? It looks a bit sad. Lying there like that. Restless plant. Ugh. I didn't look at these things in detail before. That's an interesting design to say the least. Wait, where am I? Oh. Right, I have to find 4 of them, right? Rip! I also think... Done this quest, yeah. I really think that I have to go back to the start of the area for like 1 quest. That's a bit annoying, but nah, whatever. So. At least they don't resist. Cleon, what have you done? Let's just go into the magic phase. Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I am Cleon, recently arrived from Amarot. I assume Myra sent you to fetch me. I see. Well, we had best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not, I will avoid upsetting any more of the local inhabitants. I wonder, what's the quest that's down there? I don't even know how to get back there. Probably have to take the teleporter that we came here first, together with Hythlodius and Emmett. Well, at least, I mean, I think side quests, you know, at the beginning you always think, oh shit, there's like another 9 side quests. I really wonder what this thing is. Why are you here? But then they usually go by quite fast. Oh, right, I have to go up the stairs. I think they're both up there? See that correctly? Only question being... Oh, no, yeah, right. Those other 2 staircases are the ones up top, I think. It's probably, you know, up there. Charybdis is nowhere to be seen. Wait, was the sun always there in this zone? Zone? Huh. Interesting. So far, I've never really looked for it. Or rather, not really saw it. Should be here then. Oh, there it is. Oh, did it exhaust itself? Now that you've captured the injured Charybdis, return to Poiton Oikos and deliver your winged captive to the frazzled researcher. You know what would be quite funny? To jump down from here. Very good. You can't! Oh, that's interesting. Huh. I wonder if you can if you are able to fly, or if it's just generally not possible. Or maybe you can't even fly up here, although that wouldn't really make any sense, would it? I think the questline was the one... Wait, which one was it? Was it the one that I still haven't done? Let's see here. This was the questline, right? This is Myra, yes? I should have taken off my helm. Whatever. Thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. And I'm certainly glad that he was. Now, shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations? Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who has expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now, if you like. I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us. What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together, whenever you're ready. Batraquoy. Batraquoy? Thank you for agreeing to accompany us, shall we? Certainly. Now, what was the name of your creation again? The Batraquoy. A delightfully roly-poly pudding of a thing. Ah, yes, the one over at Ruminations Ramble. My brother, Archios, is in charge of tending to it. Right this way, if you please. That's still here on the upper island, right? Back so soon, and with the slime, I hope. Yeah, Eidos slime. If only every familiar were as useful as you. With this, I can make a potion to increase your ether production. Alright, they were these guys. All the other ingredients are in order. Hippogriff brain, a monastery's horn, and Ophion entrails. What the hell are you doing with the poor creatures here? The concoction will supplement any natural deficiencies, relying on the chameleonic properties of the slime to generate ether compatible with your existing etheric signature. Clever, yes. Chameleonic properties. Oh yeah, it does make sense, right? If the slime is able to look like any creature, sorry. Still early in the morning. Coffee probably quite hasn't set in yet. Or maybe I should get a second one. No, whatever. Once this is brewed for a bit, it'll be ready to drink. Oh, this is so exciting. I can hardly wait to see just how explosive the increase in your ether will be. Yeah, I just hope that I don't literally explode, you know, that wouldn't be so great. I just remembered I have something very important to do very far away. I think I hear my master calling. Oh, I meant to be of service, but it seems I've kept you from your other duties instead. My deepest apologies. Perhaps you can come back for the potion, but in the meantime, take this for your troubles. Yeah, I won't come back. Sorry. Very far away. Did you catch the plants? I sure did. Thank goodness for that, though I'd expect no less from a Zem's familiar. I rounded up my half as well, which means they're all back safe and sound. They're part Yggdrand, you see. It's no surprise they inherited the eyes, but having them wander off on their own was rather unexpected. To tell the truth, I never really had a specific use in mind for them. I suppose I'd best start thinking about that. The Bureau of the Architect won't be impressed with my new creation unless it serves a purpose. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like what? You just created a moving plant with one eye for no specific purpose whatsoever? With that in mind, I believe there's research to be done. Thank you for your help, and do pass on my regards to Zem. Yeah. I'll try to do that. Frazzled researcher. I saw that you were on your way back and hastened to return as well. So what news? Have you found that blue Charybdis? I did indeed. Oh, a great relief indeed. It's rather impressive it hasn't suffered any truly grievous injuries, and more impressive still that it was able to fly as far as Peripetea crystalline. It had only begun to practice the art of flying recently, as I understand it. Who would have thought it could cross such a distance with wings still so inexperienced? No doubt credit for this ought to go to Emmett Selk and his helpful instruction. Well, I for one cannot wait to see the Charybdis take to the skies from its perch. At any rate, I will see this creature's return to Anagnorisis at once. Though it isn't much, considering the services you've rendered, I hope it's not too lowly a price for you. Why do I always go to... Let's turn the main quest back on. Nothing in my neck of the woods. I'm sorry to report. Did you have any luck? I did indeed. I always seem to be the one to actually find whatever they're looking for. Weird how that goes, huh? You found it, and just as I suspected, thrashing about in rumination's ramble. Naughty thing. So you had to subdue it, I take it? Goodness, it certainly put you through the mill. At least you do not seem too badly wounded, and nor does it. The Brionne has the remarkable ability to predict precipitation and rainfall. If you see it shaking its leaves, you know the rain's on its way. It's why we created it in the first place, to provide those in the wetlands a method by which they might prepare for sudden storms. Unfortunately, as we have discovered, it becomes absolutely enormous when exposed to liquid in large quantities, rendering them rather dangerous in humid areas. Oh well, back to the drawing board. At any rate, thank you for locating this little rascal, or rather, large rascal, as the case may be. I know not whose familiar you are, but you were a tremendous help. Here, for your pains. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, right? If the very thing that predicts whether or not it's going to rain will then immediately attack you as soon as it rains. It's a bit of an oversight in terms of its design. And what the hell is... What's the cock doing here? My associate said you were incredibly helpful. You have his thanks as well as mine. What did you think of the abysses? Strangely enthralling, isn't it? With those penetrating eyes that seem to stare right into your very core. It almost feels like it's studying us as much as we are studying it. I have to wonder who made it and for what purpose. I'll have to consult with Vinard. If anyone could know aught of this creation, it is her. Oh, and before I forget, here's your reward for today's work. I mean, you could ask him at Selk as well. I don't really think he'd be too happy about it, though. Batraquoy. Oh, it's a toad. The toad-like creature placidly endures your scrutiny. There's my beloved Batraquoy. Did he miss me, I wonder? Oh. I was meant to talk to you. This is my brother, Alkaios. He might seem a tad gruff, but don't be fooled. There are few more gentle or kind than he. Myra has taught me so much about you in an impressively short span of time. As you have likely already deduced, I am her brother, Alkaios. And you're Cleon, yes? The architect of this Batraquoy, as you call them. Yes, I am. You think them ready for release? I would so love to see their endearing rotund forms bouncing around free in the wild. I've completed my report for the main evaluation criteria. A final decision will be made after a committee discusses the results. But based upon my personal observations, no, they're not ready. No? And might I ask why? Would you be so kind as to give this Batraquoy a solid poke? The creature's lack of familiarity with you will help prove my point. A poke. Let's see what this does. Boop. Uh-oh. Is something supposed to happen? You see, no response to external stimuli. The creature is far too placid. What was the concept behind the Batraquoy? A defender of water sources? In its current incarnation, it has neither the instincts nor the means to defend itself, much less fend off entities intent upon fouling the waterways. I cannot, in good conscience, certify subjects so poorly equipped to carry out its intended purpose. In fact, I suggest you redesign your concept entirely. I think I know where this is going. Is he giving them the tongue thing that's that can snatch you? Thank you for your candor. I was so invested in this darling ball of pudgy flesh. Such a pity. As it seems familiar, you must have seen your fair share of the world and its inhabitants. Without altering its physical form, what do you think the Batraquoy could do to become a more effective guardian? It needs a large tongue, of course. Yeah. Could secrete an immobilizing slime. Could use its way to knock things flying. They do that as well, right? Don't they do all three things? They definitely have this body slam thing. I don't think that it knocks you back? Or maybe it does? Wait, don't they in the, which dungeon is it? The level 41 one? Is that Zemail? I think if you get hit by their AoE, they actually do knock you back, right? Which in that case often ends in Sprouts dying because they fly down the path and then immediately aggro like 2 more mobs or something. But I'll go with the first one. That's definitely their, in my opinion, most interesting way of attacking. Could use its tongue to grapple opponents, of course. Brilliant! What an innovative mind you have. Yes, that may suffice. The introduction of an effective offensive measure could very well tip the scales towards a favorable judgment. Truly, then I shall modify my concept at once. May I bind this one and take him home with me? Once I've finished making the necessary adjustments, I'll resubmit my request for observation and evaluation. Of course, you're free to do as you wish. I will make a note of it in my logs. I'm still wondering, are we literally sort of changing the course of history here? Or not rather changing, but are we literally sort of creating the creatures that we later fight? I have a feeling we are. Thank you for your creative assistance. I knew bringing you along would be a good idea. Why, I almost wish I could have you as my own familiar. It's a shame Azem hasn't published your concept for the world to see. But seeing as you're here now, would you mind lending me your talents a while longer? There is one other creation of mine that I feel may benefit from your unique perspective. You have another one? Meekly majestic. You've chosen to stay then, wonderful. I realized we've only just met, but I feel such a bond with you. There is one more concept I need to finalize, and I could think of no other entity I would rather have at my side during these ever so worrisome evaluations. You have my Yo somewhere nearby, don't you, Alkaios? Yo? Yes, Myra keeps that one under her watchful eye, but I know the spot where it usually roams. Come along, we need to cross the stream here. Okay. Oh, I don't see my EO anywhere, which seems impossible considering how big she is. Well, that's strange. How odd. This is where it usually spends the greater part of its days. Yes, she never strays far from the spot. Perhaps the scent of unfamiliar visitors has made her wary? Let's split up and try to find her. Her being a shaggy, four-legged beast with rather majestic horns. Okay. I suspect she's this way. I don't know why, but I just, have like a gut feeling that it would be here. What the hell is that? What are you? Have we seen this creature somewhere before? Oh, maybe it's... Is it a mob from Academia Anida? Why does it seem so unfamiliar? That's weird. Maybe I'm forgetting something. You find a shaggy, four-legged beast, and the horns really are rather majestic. This must be EO. Or low? I don't know. There she is, the naughty thing, nicely tracked. Hello, my lovely. Come to Myra now. Looks rather unimpressed. Well, would you look at that? I think she's taken a liking to you. Oh, great. I see that Cleon has a liking for stout and stocky designs. Yes, the heftier the better. The eel is one of my favorites, round and robust and bristling with spiky protrusions. A truly powerful beast. That's why the toad had the spikes as well. I envisioned her dominating any habitat she entered. What do you think? She's certainly an imposing specimen. Its physical strength is readily apparent, yes, but more than muscle is needed to dominate a territory. The creature's field of vision is obscured by that mass of wiry hair and curling horns, preventing effective use of its natural weaponry. In the wild, being unable to hunt and catch prey in a consistent manner culminates in a slow death by starvation. It is our recommendation that you redesign the eel as a grass grazer and resubmit the concept as a candidate for livestock. Livestock? Unsurprisingly, the eel here is susceptible to nutritional deficiencies, and we must administer regular ethereal supplements. As you appear to have gained its trust, would you mind doing the honors? You needn't convince it to eat anything, simply splash the creature with this solution. Ethereal supplement. The ethereal supplement is absorbed into the eel's body. Okay. Thank you for tending to my creation. My eel would likely thrive as a livestock animal, but I did so dearly want her to become an apex predator. Maybe there is still hope. You have an eye for these things. Could you offer any more of your insightful suggestions? Unleash the beast. Unleash the kraken. Please, I have need of your worldly experience. One second. My eel, my darling, hulking eel, she was meant for more than grazing in the fields. Will you look her over and tell me what must be done? How can I transform her from potential livestock to apex predator? What am I doing? How are we... Upon closer inspection, you can shake the feeling that you've fought similar beasts before. Such magnificent horns, rendered all but useless by the creature's poor field of vision. The eel's monstrous claws seem capable of tearing a man limb from limb. Even with the eel's limited vision, one swing of its muscular tail would be enough to shatter bones. But for true dominance, the beast will need something more. Something overwhelming. If only I could remember how it actually looks in our future. What say you? How can we enhance the deadliness of my creation? Oh, it is the behemoth. I'll go with the second one. An apex predator should wield apex magics, something like Meteor, for example. Yes, deceptively simple, but devastatingly effective. I can already picture it. Tons of sprouts dying in the labyrinth of the ancients. Alkaios, Myra, will you permit me to implement some new ideas? You've given me much to think about. Strictly speaking, any significant adjustments should be authorized by the Bureau of the Architect, but I think we can allow some temporary modifications for the purposes of experimentation. That sounds more than fair, thank you. If you could spare a few more moments, I shall take my creation and return with a new, improved EO. One second. I'm just talking to a friend. Okay. Oh, I have to stand here? Oh, right, we're waiting for him to come back with a new design. Cleon has been gone for more than a few moments. How extensive could these changes of his possibly be? It is done. There he is. Well, that's certainly terrifying. Cleon, you've certainly been busy, haven't you? His advice began the process, and then it became difficult to stop. After pruning back the horns and hair, I reinforced the talons, then moved on to arcane ability. She can now master Meteor as well as Charybdis. Surely now my EO stands at the pinnacle of predators? In all my time as an observer, I have seen many a creation, but this concept ranks in the highest echelons. The strength inherent in your EO is more than sufficient to ensure its domination. Wonderful. Then I shall submit my refinements to the Bureau at once. But I think perhaps this new incarnation requires a new name. How about Behemoth? Now, just the familiar to bestow it. Have you a fitting title for this glorious creature? Queen Behemoth. Behemoth seems apt. Perfect. So it shall be known, at least for now. I still need to submit the official registration. And now the time has come for me to return to Amarot. I've decided that my next creation will be more of a companion, a pet, if you will, suitable for the amusement of children and very clever familiars. It seems a rather different approach, but alright, I mean, probably more interesting to bring a large facet of creatures to life, so to speak. Thank you all again for this most productive visit. I hope I might impose upon you again soon. We always enjoy hosting visitors with such enthusiasm for their work. Yes, and we very much look forward to observing your future concepts. Well, brother, shall we head back to Poiton Oikos? So yeah, I think we're literally just creating all kinds of bosses and mobs and other stuff that we'll later fight ourselves or have to fight, which is rather ironic. So every time now we find the behemoth or really any kind of other creature, we can be sure that we've brought that upon ourselves. And then I'll still have to do that other quest there. So yeah, I'm missing one ether current, which I think is on the East Island, towards it rather. And then, oh right, the other I forgot. The other quest that I haven't done is also one. And then the last one obviously gotta be through the main story. What a wonderful help you were with our visitors. Even for a familiar of Vizem, I cannot help but be impressed by your intelligence and unique sense of creativity. I'm not that creative, I'm just, kind of have seen these things before. I wholeheartedly agree. Your invention salvaged some promising but unfortunately flawed creations. You have our gratitude for providing us with such a fascinating experience. Oh, Alkaios, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Thank you again. While I'm sure your duties as a familiar keep you occupied, we would very much welcome another chance to share your company. Alright. Off to the last quest, I think. Oh wait, they also have another quest? What? Methods of Mourning. Tell me, have you seen much of Anagnorisis? Oh, well, maybe this quest will take me there as well. Oh, so you've met Overseer Sockless, then? He sent my brother a request for aid, and we were just on our way to render our assistance. You're welcome to come along if you like. You may be interested to witness the duty which lies ahead. Come along, we mustn't keep the Overseer waiting. And this might be perfect if both quests are at the start of the zone. 1 second. Let's see. So I'd have to go to the teleporter, correct? Which would be that way. Sometimes I do wonder why they now, like, only for these 2 side quests, so you have to go back to the beginning of the zone. Sometimes a bit, unfortunate, I feel like, but, no, whatever. I mean, it's not a big deal, obviously, it's just, I sometimes wish that they wouldn't do that. I don't know. Well, then again, this way you can create, I guess, more interesting quests as well, right? And it technically makes more sense to have some quests, you know, actually take you to other parts of the zone as well. But it does take quite a bit of time, obviously, to go back here to do these quests. And this one seems particularly far away. There you are. Blue hat student. Yes, can I help you? Oh wait, do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. Well, that's why I'm here, isn't it? What was that? A woman asked you to come and find me. That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I had hoped to keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from one of my professors. I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't you worry about me, I'll be just fine on my own. Now, if I'm right, then following this road east will lead me to a teleporter, I think. I mean, I know. Wait, isn't that the... Wait, he wants to go that way. The teleporter is this way, right? I have business with your friend anyway. I can escort you. You mean it? Truly? Well, that is... I mean, if you're heading in that direction anyway, I don't see why I shouldn't tag along. Oh no, please, after you. If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Poet and Oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. And now then, would you mind? Yeah, it's over there, right? He was definitely going to go into the other direction. I confess, I don't know up from down or left from right. Every path, hill, and clump of trees looks just like the last. But if I can just get to the teleporter that connects to Point and Oikos, I ought to be okay. I like the way he stands. That's very cool. Again, such a nice detail. And back to the teleporter we just came from. Ugh, sorry. Sometimes these side quests do make you a bit tired. Especially if you're just running from A to B. Again, though, I really don't have a problem with that. It's really cool to just be able to, you know, take in the sides, take in the zone, look at everything. Can you please turn around? Oh, of course. He doesn't seem to mind the creature attacking us, but Whoops. That was the wrong thing. For a second there, I couldn't decide whether or not to do Confidi or my Holy Spirit. For some reason, decided to do the AoE. That whatever. Didn't make a difference in terms of GCDs anyways, I think. Probably would have taken 2 more either way. There wasn't... I didn't see any blue circle. Probably wasn't one. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. I hope... I should be alright without you now. After all, it's just a straight shot from here to Poitonoikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get from my friend. I've kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I really should hurry. She has owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I would like to thank you properly. I wonder if that quest continues as well. That would be quite something to have 2 longer quest signs in one spot at the same time as well. Maybe I should really grab a second cup of coffee. I feel a bit tired. Probably still from work yesterday. It was a very, very long day. Alkaios, Myra, ain't you as well? Welcome, all of you. Oh, you think you can only get this quest if you've already done the other one for these 2? Probably, right? Wasn't that also a quest line? If I remember correctly? A summons from you can only mean one thing. There's been an incident. Yes, the Lycaons went into a frenzy, and more than a few of our observational projects were prematurely ended. We began the sending rites, of course, but the task is burdensome for so few, not that I hope to secure your particular expertise. Oh, you wouldn't be aware of the practice, would you? Here in Alpus, we expedite the ethereal dissipation of the deceased by employing time magics. The decay of the corporeal remains as accelerated and absorbed back into the ground upon which we stand. Ah, so that's how you do that. As you may have guessed, the manipulation of time is Alkaios' speciality. Whenever some unexpected event results in the mass loss of creation, it is him to whom they turn. That we do. Nevertheless, I do regret tearing you away from your important work. We've prepared a site to the southwest, so if you'll follow me, we can put this unpleasant business behind us in short order. Yeah, I really should grab a second cup of coffee. Whatever. I think I'll take a short break before I continue the main story and get myself another cup of coffee, and that should be fine, hopefully. I mean, once I'm back with the main story, I'm probably going to be a lot more, alert anyways. It's just, you're still tired, and then you start with, 15 side quests. What happened here? Why there are always dead creatures on the ground for all of these quests? The Overseer and I moved the bodies here, away from the site of violence. It's easier this way. Occupieds. When you research such an eclectic collection of wildlife, it's almost inevitable that some of them will meet a sudden and unanticipated demise. This is them, the Occupieds which fell victim to the Lycaons. They were still being evaluated, yes, the poor things, they barely had a chance to fulfill their design. Their flesh and bones will return to the land. We will ensure that their existence was not in vain. Seeing life taken mid-purpose can be distressing. Have you witnessed such events before? Tell me, how do you express yourself at these times? Ooh. So these are both... Did we bring the lilies to Harshafon's grave? Or what is that in reference to? By making a grave or cairn for the deceased. Well, I mean, that's certainly true for every, occasion where that happened. A physical reminder of the life that was. An interesting sentiment, but if we practiced such a custom in Elpis, we would eventually run out of places to put them. I do like the idea of a tangible offering, though. Like a final gift for a friend. What about something organic which would decompose alongside the remains? Say, a bouquet of flowers? Come with me. You can help me gather something suitable. Oh, so that's why they were talking about the lilies. We're stampeding through the grounds with our robot friend. These flowers? Here, I've made some flowers of our own. Even those fashioned directly of ether tend to sprout with more life and color when you grow them in the soil. Pick yourself a handful and we'll take them back to the overseer. Krenos. They do look quite like beautiful grave flowers, don't they? Maya's creations were acceptable, I trust. Indeed they were. They were, or are, rather. My apologies, I may have gotten a little carried away with the flowers. Not at all, Myra. Your effort is much appreciated. Alkaios, if you would be so kind. I mean, they do seem to have a lot of respect for life, though, still, right? Vessels within which life once flowed, cheated of purpose, stilled and cold, unto the land you now return, the fuel upon which new life shall burn. Wow. That was a beautiful service. I like to think it brought some joy to their departed souls, much as one feels when receiving a thoughtful gift. Yes, the flowers were the perfect addition. How fortunate we are to have this knowledgeable familiar in our midst. You must return and commit this event to parchment while it remains fresh in our minds. A potential shift in our traditions is a historical moment worth recording. Thank you again, Alkaios. We are ever grateful for your calming presence. And all thanks to you as well, not only for attending, but also elevating the proceedings. Yes, you've contributed more than enough. Allow us to take care of the tedious administrative details. We hope to see you again soon. So now we've also altered the way they, send deceased life forms off to the ether. It is time we were headed back ourselves, dear sister. As you say, please join us back in Poitonoikos. So I think both side quests take me there, right? So let's take the teleporter. So now, in the future, we are actually responsible for the tradition of putting flowers on graves. Great. Very cool. So not only did we literally save the world multiple times, we now are also responsible for a lot of the things that are in it in the first place. Well, I mean, obviously considering the sheer amount of things that exist within the world, it's only a very small fraction of it, but still, it's definitely interesting to think about, to say the least. I wonder if this quest continues. I have a feeling it won't, but you never know. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Mitron. Lo and behold, I was right. We are studying at the words of Mitron in Academia Enida, learning all we can about the engendering of aquatic life from that self-same master. Honestly, though, I have no idea why Mitron would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with the ichthyology? Ichthyology? Well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present, one meant for Logareth. Mitron is hopelessly enamored, as we all know. Right. As we saw in the Eden quest line. We do. This is certainly news to me, though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. Wait, what? I can't believe I've wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees, and I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the academia and deliver the flower to Mitron before it wits. But before we rush off, a reward. You certainly deserve it. All these great references to other quests and persons, and it's really, really cool. just grounds it a bit more, right? I mean, again, this is why I like doing the side quests, is because they just, I don't know, explore the world in so much greater detail. Even if they are sometimes just, you know, a bit boring fetch quests, but, you know, the text is what's interesting to me most of the time. And some of them are just quite funny or interesting in their own right. What a fortuitous turn of events that you were present when we received the summons to Agna Noresis. As time marches on, we encounter fewer and fewer of these truly new experiences, yet ever since you appeared, it's been one surprise after another. Suppose we should expect nothing less from one of Azem's creations? And now we have these precious new ideas and perspectives to apply to our duties moving forward. Speaking of which, we really must be returning to our world. Be well and thank you. May our purposes, or simply our paths, align again in the future. Ooh, which one do I take? Cork brown, acorn brown, shale brown. No idea what they look like. Let's take the acorn one. Just sounds great. Alright. Side quests done. But I'm gonna take a short break here and can I go into one? Hey, I can. Let's chill here for a moment. It's actually quite the calming place. Alright. So, I'm gonna take a small break, probably, you know, 10-15 minutes. I need to get another cup of coffee as well. So, you know, see you in a bit. Alright, I'm back with my second cup of coffee. So I apologize if I will be drinking some in between. Alright, but let's do this. Let's return to the main quest. Let's see what happens here. I have a feeling that this zone is still has quite a lot to offer, in fact. So, yeah. I am still rather curious how this will end. And obviously what conclusion we'll draw from here anyways. Okay, let's take a look. This appears to be the teleporter Vinard told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Probably by the person that just ran by me? No, obviously they mean Vinard. Ethoseleticus Boreas. So that's basically the main facility, yeah? There you are. Probably been waiting for me for quite a while now. But first things first. Northwest, it's over there. Should actually be pretty close, apparently. There it is. These creatures also look rather interesting. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. It's on the... like... it's on the arch. I thought it was on the tree for a second. I was wondering, huh? Can you land on the tree, actually? Of course. No, whatever. It's quite a bit faster on Summoner than on Paladin. Not only because of the level, but yeah. I'm literally doing way more damage. Okay. So now I'm only missing the Wind Ether Current from the main quest, right? Yeah. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Kitsis Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Okay. By the way, I am rather curious to find out how many main quests there actually are in 6.0. Because in Shadowbringers it was much more than I thought. Like, well, obviously, again, the number of quests doesn't really tell you anything, because some of them are really, really long, while others are quite a lot shorter. So it doesn't tell you anything about the, time it takes to finish the main quest, obviously, but I was still quite shocked to discover that Shadowbringers had over 100 quests. I think it's like 107 or something. That is quite a lot. So I wonder if they were talking about, Endwalker being 30% longer, if that also sort of corresponds to the number of quests there are. I mean, not that it matters. I don't really care about it. It's just... I would like to know. But obviously I can look when I've finished the story. It is quite the structure, isn't it? Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Oh, hi. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so says the illustrious itself. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodius' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? Which, in turn, leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Yeah. I mean, I think so much has become clear, right? Whatever happened definitely wasn't entirely, it wasn't planned, or it wasn't necessarily malicious. I have a feeling that maybe it was... Let's see. At this point, it is rather hard to speculate about this, I feel like. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that, I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. Sure. But as Emmet Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Oh, I can understand that. So you can't actually enter this building, I suppose. No. I mean, guess that would have been a bit too much considering its size. I mean, maybe they could have modeled the lobby or something. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. How lovely. A merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emmet Self for his practicality. Hunger in the garden. I think the time for leisurely exploration has passed, if I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next isle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before the adventure elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Well, that was a rather short stay on this island, then. I do have a feeling that it will become more important in the future, maybe? I mean, there has to be something else here, right? That one you can probably only get with flying. I don't really see any other way up there. Wow. Does look like, does look very impressive. I wonder why they decide to do these spirals on the side, because they don't necessarily seem to serve any practical purpose. Or maybe it's some kind of... I mean, obviously the buildings in Emerald had that as well, so either they think that it's beautiful. I mean, technically you could maybe, think about them, especially in these conditions here. A building of that size would probably have to be very sturdy in order to not be sort of swayed by the wind or anything. So maybe there is some kind of way to sort of guide the wind currents in a way so that they don't influence the building. Or, I mean, they could, we don't really know, right? They could technically also be some kind of, maybe they're actually sort of arms that grab certain ether fields in the area or something and grapple onto them. I mean, they can be all kinds of things. It's just interesting. I mean, they look very, very cool, but at the same time, I do wonder why they exist like that. Although this island is also a bit smaller than I thought. Interesting. It literally only has that big building on it. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, but... Yeah, I wonder what this island is about. There has to be something else here at some point in the future. This appears to be the teleporter to Misopsis Euros. Yes. It is also rather interesting that they didn't put any wind ether currents here, right? At this point, you already have all of them. The zone overall is very large, though. Or at least it appears so. Uranius. Okay. I was wondering about this structure. It almost looks like a stadium from the outside, sort of, right? What? You expect me to praise you and your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. And again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying that Manat is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motives somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student and successor puts it, she is a force of nature, at once so close and at the same time so very distant. That is quite the interesting description. Misopsis Euros is interesting in that it is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I have also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let's just say that no one should live near the teleporter which provides access to a certain facility. What? What is that a reference to? Or did she simply mean that nobody should live near the teleporter that, you know, could literally be swarmed by really, really violent beasts or what? They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. But for all us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps you can handle them. You did survive with Venard, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Oh wait, what? I'm supposed to just travel there? Huh. Interesting. So I guess they built it like that so that they can easily shut off the entrance. I'd imagine that there's like a mechanism sort of built into the bridge or somewhere that they can prevent beasts from escaping. And I guess the reason why it's built like this is so that they try to escape, they just, fall to their death, essentially. Wow. Those are some weird things indeed. Ah, it also looks very interesting. Whoa! Well, that I certainly did not expect. The choose is more bold. Worse breath. Well then, that was an interesting introduction to the area. It's a very interesting thing. I wonder why it's built like a desert. Or maybe the creatures here just soak up a lot of ether? I wonder where he could be. If we're meant to find him in here. It's probably somewhere at the back, right? Yeah, what are these? They even sway in the wind. Ugh. Weird. Hermes, where are you? Where is he? Oh. Well, at least I think they've gone into the right direction. Right? Wait, where is he supposed to be? Are you supposed to just fight a bunch of creatures before he appears? Or how does this work? I always forget to just use Rune 4. You know, in the past I was so used to just using Rune 2 when you couldn't move. Which, by the way, is still reflected in my profile, I think. I didn't change it so far. If you don't know what to do, use your Rune 2. Yeah, true does. Where is he? Maybe you are literally meant to just fight a bunch of things? Haven't I been to most places though? What's going on? Feels like I've been to the entire area. Am I missing something? How the hell are you meant to find him? I mean, surely, usually, it should be quite easy to see where he is. And there's like constantly new things appearing. They seem to be somewhat random, right? I wonder if... Am I really just not seeing where he is? Yeah, they just seem to reappear all the time, right? Probably should just summon Titan. What? Either I'm really blind, or I'm really missing something here. Whoa! That was their, like, force-sided attack thingy. I don't get it, to be honest. These just seem to constantly reappear. What? There they... What? Wait, I guess I wasn't here before? Was this, like, literally the only place or direction I hadn't looked at so far? I think it was. Where did you come from? What are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodius in Emmett-Cell company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Van Daniel, you say? Then, yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Let's see whether or not he will be, I mean, well, he will certainly be intrigued, right? I was prepared to swoop in if need be, but 'tis clear you have faced your fair share of monstrous opponents. What is that ghastly odor? Yeah, sorry about that. Then again, I wasn't hit by any breath attacks, so what are you talking about? I guess they sprayed to the side as well, I don't know. You spoke with Hermes, then, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or I should say, smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet-Selch who would recreate Amarot in the depth of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope, that is. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to erase my future either, though. That's sort of the weird thing about this, right? Why am I always so forward-thinking? I simply wish to enjoy all that life has to offer. That is yet another thing that I sometimes wonder about, right? If, let's say if you had the possibility to go back in time and undo a particularly tragic event, or let's even say like a world war, right? If you were able to literally go back in time and prevent it from happening somehow, would you actually do that? Right? Because let's say for some reason you were able to prevent the First World War. Who's to say that just because you prevented that, there's never going to be another war, right? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, theoretically speaking, there's, like, unless you had the power to literally alter the course of history or the future entirely, just preventing the World War, let's say you change, I don't know, one small detail in the past that would prevent it from starting, right? I don't think that would actually do that much. Maybe World War I wouldn't happen, but you can bet there would be another war in its stead, maybe just a few years later, right? And maybe, I mean, humanity does learn quite a lot, even if it sometimes seems that we don't, and it takes way too long for us to learn sort of somewhat basic things like not killing each other, for example. I wonder if, we've learned something from that, right? And maybe you would actually undo that learning process. Maybe it would lead to even more violence in the future because, that sort of learning, oh wait, a world war is bad and we should do that. Maybe that wouldn't really occur, right? So, I don't know. And then also think about it, right? you altering the past would literally mean that your future probably doesn't exist anymore. I mean, technically, depending on how you look at it, it might be a different timeline. If you would be able to go back to your timeline afterwards in the knowledge that there's a second timeline where you prevented something, then that might be okay. But if your future, everything, like your life, maybe even your parents, your family, your friends, would practically disappear because you've altered the past, would you really do that? You would pretty much give up your whole life to, I don't know, prevent a tragic event that ultimately might not even lead to the new future being better, right? That would certainly be a very difficult decision. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? And we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
This must be
the final days.
Pretty concerning to hear, right? Especially for somebody like him who knows that potential might exist, right? I mean, if he looked into Dynamis...
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a Dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves.
Do we know that for certain? I mean, we kind of do, right?
The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
Yeah, so in a way, because the ancients are more dense, or their ether is more dense, I suspect that whatever is happening isn't able to dissipate their entire ether, but it was able to dissipate the ether of the creations that they brought forth through their magics, right? Whereas in our age, because people are less dense etherically, they themselves then turn into these beasts. But then again, why would their I guess it's because of how they treat... I mean, that was sort of hinted at before, right? That the beasts that they brought forth with their creation magic might have felt desperation and sort of fear and despair because they can be unmade so easily, and they're constantly looking for the more perfect version of them, right? So they sort of maybe can feel this fear of, you know, having to either live up to that or be replaced with another creature, right? Although, isn't that a bit too far-fetched? I mean, would those creatures literally be so desperate as to bring forth these beasts? Because that does seem quite a stretch that, you know, people in our age, you know, that they are susceptible to that they can feel, you know, desperation and fear on a scale that would lead to these beasts being created. That's one thing. But the beasts back then?
As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
So you're telling me the solution to prevent the final days is literally to rejoin the shards? Well, that's rather ironic, isn't it? Then again, I mean, technically it wouldn't prevent the final days either, right? Because the actual phenomenon would still exist. It just wouldn't affect the people. But I mean, I guess. Well, it would. I guess what I'm asking here is, right? Would we, if we rejoined the shards, would we then be as capable as the ancients? Would we sort of immediately be able to use creation magics again? Or is that connected to something else?
Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
Yeah, the cause is still what we're looking for. I mean, the mechanism, you know, does it really matter where the difference is if we don't know the cause? I mean, obviously, the difference can be a hint towards a cause, but, you know, we're not further than before, I feel like.
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. What is he trying to say?
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
I mean, that was always sort of our first suspicion, right? And that's what we thought before we found out about Dynamis and this other force. So there must be something that literally changes or influences Dynamis? I mean, that would correspond to the scream that people heard, right? That we still haven't really attributed to anything.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere.
So, I mean, well, it was pretty obvious, right? It's essentially our atmosphere in a way, or our magnetic field. I think the Earth's magnetic field's a better, comparison here.
According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
Yeah, so still, I mean, we suspect now that it is something or someone influencing these things, but how? How and why, obviously, is another question, but...
If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Oh?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Sure.
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
There's the outside source, I'd imagine. The fuck is happening?
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it
What the
stop.
heck? It's like a horror movie.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much.
So, that's one of her sisters, though, right?
Why do we... They hurt.
What the fuck?
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
What have I just seen?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
But she did talk to one of her sisters, right? That's the connection that she established. So whatever influenced her, or whatever is hating or hurting her, is out on another planet, maybe?
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Maybe I can, though.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
What is wrong?
Are you all right?
No, I'm not alright after seeing that.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
What does this mean? So there literally is an outside source that for some reason suddenly decided, oh yeah, there's this entity that visited us. So let's destroy the planet they came from? Is that what's going on here? If I cannot perceive her ether, what else have I to offer but my rousing support? Ah, Hermes truly is a master of his craft. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. That was a very distressing cutscene to watch, by the way, because I half suspected there to be an actual jump scare or something like that. But, I mean, I think it's because there wasn't one that it was even scarier. That was really... like, holy shit. That almost looked like what happens to the people in Persona when they go brain dead, right? You fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Okay. I think I have to go down there, maybe? Can I go down there? I mean, this path does seem to be leading down. I don't see any sparkling, though. Although it might be right below the bridge. But currently it does look like some outside force, for some reason, literally decided, oh yeah, I'm just going to nuke the planet. Which might very well be true. Just wonder why. I've strained my senses to their limits, but found nothing. You must calm your mind, that you might hear it, that you might feel her silent voice. Oh my god. Is that why Heidelin is constantly telling us to hear, feel, think? To sort of, so that we are able to perceive the dynamis and the changes within, so that we can sort of predict the next calamity or the next influence of this force, of this outside force or whatever, you know, instigated the final days? This is... I never thought about that, but obviously those words would mean something, right? I mean, now it seems obvious, but then it would literally be connected to this. Although I do still wonder what exactly she means for us to hear. Maybe Meteon? It seeps into my mind. Her voices reporting. Maybe that's what we're supposed to hear, feel, think. Maybe we're supposed to hear Meteon's sisters from outside the planet in our present. Maybe that's what we're supposed to be listening for. No. No. Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run. To hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Is that literally what we're meant to do? Hear, feel, think for Meteon's sisters? And what they report? Listening. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. There's another one. She's not here, apparently. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no. You can't tell them that. You must run. Run far away. What can't you tell us? Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. What the hell? Why wouldn't she tell us, though? Because wouldn't she want us to be safe? So whatever she has to tell us would... That's what I don't really understand currently. What would prompt her to not be willing to tell us what she saw? Or her sister saw? Can I go up here? What? Looked like I should be able to go up here. Wait a second. Do I have to go all the way around? I still... And the thing that's most confusing me is that the only sort of outside source that we ever knew about were Midgardsormr and Omega, but they, at least according to Midgardsormr, came after the Sundering, right? So it couldn't be them who communicated, I think? Again, why wouldn't she want us to know? This is an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her. Follow her voice. I am. I really wonder where this leads to. The hell is going on here? How? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we travel to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No. Cannot be. Cannot be. Why? Why is she suddenly questioning that? Meteon's anguished voice drifts away to the south. What? How? I'm constantly getting more confused. It's not as if the story wasn't already confusing enough. What? That almost sounded like there wasn't... She was sort of questioning why they were doing this whole searching for other life forms in the first place for some reason. What is this hill? I really... Wow. Let's see. Wow. This looks beautiful. Oh, is she by the waterfall? Because the quest marker is below. Ah, doesn't really seem so. Huh. Well, there's something. I don't know what to think anymore. This could be everything and nothing, like literally. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, you mustn't listen. But why? It's wrong. It's all wrong. What the hell is going on? Why wouldn't she want us to know? If it's something bad, if it's an outside sort of force that would literally come here and destroy the planet, then wouldn't she want us to know? So maybe it's something else. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to protect her movements. Hermes, what do you think what do you make of the situation? The Metiae are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access the shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Metiae's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. In the final days, Ether is twisted by the invasion of dynamis from beyond the star, its progress intensified by feelings of fear and despair and anguish. I like not the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. 'Tis a shame there's no registered concept we could use to create another Meteon. Assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind. But no, if it were a viable solution, Hermes would have surely suggested it. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Because the more terrifying it is, the more she should let us know, right? And unless it's something that specifically makes her afraid? Follow, wander, stumble, listen. Aren't those the words from the Answers text? Like the song text? They're literally these words, right? Except for hear, feel, think, obviously. These are the other words. What the hell is going on? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how Emet solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. You will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethe. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if that's the best course of action with the creature or being familiar, whatever, that is already very scared. Then we have our plan. You and Emet will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while the others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emet and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Oh yeah, Emet going to be thrilled by this. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice. Meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Now, did Meteon go straight ahead towards the pier, or did she stray from the path somewhere? As the only one who can hear her voice, you will need to take the lead. Let's see here. Let's try this location first, even though I do suspect that we'll finally end up at that thing in the lake, probably. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Oh wait, what? Hide. Yes, I just have to hide then. And no one can find me. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Interesting choice of words, alright. Ooh. Wait, there is actually a blue circle? I should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rock at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Okay then. Wait, where are we supposed to go? Oh, I think he meant this slope. I think she's at the edge of the waterfall? They make you really search for her, but then again, this is a very suspenseful moment. There we are. Not here. I'm not here, please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. What are you saying? Everything's so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away. I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor, fragile heart. Is it something about him? Is something trying to manipulate him, maybe? How would an outside source know that? Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the midst. Or, you know what? Then again, I mean, they make it look like it's some sort of celestial thing, some outside source, right? Something from outside of the Theris. Maybe it isn't, though. Maybe it is something that I speculated about in the beginning. You know, where sort of maybe the remaining dynamis of all the creations that were unmade here in Elpis sort of combined and created maybe, you know, some sort of being, and Meteon was now contacted by that and sort of thinks or fears that Hermes will be sort of what? Oh, belongs to the fate. Whoopsie. Yeah, maybe for some reason that is the case, that we why is there a teleporter here, by the way? What purpose does this serve? But yeah, maybe maybe it is something that would greatly what? I actually got what? I didn't even do anything. Weird. Is this teleporter not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. Was there, like, an additional platform at some point? That this meteor... That this, teleporter connected to? Huh, curious. But yeah, maybe for some reason... I mean, there has to be something that would sort of... where Hermes would feel that's why she's not telling us, right? Because Hermes would feel bad about whatever she has to tell us. So it has to be connected to what the ancients are doing here somehow, but then at the same time is an outside source? That's kind of confusing. There, I see her. And where's she going? Or I guess is she just literally running away until we capture her? Certainly doesn't seem like she has any kind of plan in mind. It's really her just literally running away. Or maybe we will actually go to the platform in the middle. After running in circles around the lake. Yeah, certainly seems like that. Wait.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
I wonder what this place is about. There has to be a purpose to this, right? Why this building exists here in the lake?
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... please protect them. Protect them all.
Yeah, but in order to do that, we need to know what is going on.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
God, I'm really nervous.
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected.
Enna. What kind of counting is that? Is that Greek? No. Or is it? No idea.
Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found. only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
Wow. How did they discern the planets they were going to? I guess they sort of akin to the exoplanets that we found? Sort of the most likely candidates for life forms?
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Wow. I wonder if one of these... You know what I was speculating about? Or everybody sort of was speculating about? The near rate. The near rate sort of confirmed that at least through the rift, the world of Final Fantasy XIV is in some way connected to the Earth. Now, I haven't actually finished Nier Automata. That's a story for another day. But as far as I'm aware, wasn't there something like that going on? Where humans sort of... Did they destroy themselves, though? Wasn't there also some alien influence somehow? I don't really know, but I sort of have a feeling like one of these planets that they visited is actually Earth.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed?
Do you think that if there is no meaning to be found, so everybody just dies eventually?
To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Entity elected to self-terminate?
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What? What?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report.
Why be hostile or what?
All else must wait.
Hasn't... I'm confused now. Hasn't she finished her report? What else is there? That is literally Hermes, huh?
You fool!
So maybe it was him after all who brought about the final days? I'm confused though, like, what? How did he come to that conclusion all of a sudden? And wasn't her report finished? What more is there? If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteion's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his questions, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment. And we must be there when he makes it. But would Meteion be able to do anything? Is she strong enough to actually bring about the final days, or her sisters, for that matter? Wait, so everything... But let me get this clear. So everything that she and her sisters found, every planet, literally, all life forms were dead. Right? Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when the creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your cursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Oh. Caging the messenger. Hermes has headed to Kitsis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Bernard? You? 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Meteion's is the hand which tips us over the edge. How, though? Would she and her sisters truly be able to completely influence the dynamos surrounding this planet? Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. But, if this thing with Meteion now somehow ends in the final days, then wouldn't that have only been because we were here? Sort of an actual self-fulfilling prophecy? Because otherwise, without our presence here, what would have happened? But I guess, I mean, if Meteion and her sisters, or the Meteios? What's the plural of that? If they are truly responsible for the final days, then did they just sort of conclude that for themselves? Did they see all the other life forms and sort of came to the conclusion that life is meaningless, that there is no meaning to life, and therefore this life must be eradicated as well? Agreed on all accounts. To Kitz's Hyperborea we go. But then again, don't we also know that Fandaniel was able to know or discern... Oh, they just put us back here. Nice. Wasn't Fandaniel, as far as we know, the Fandaniel that... So Hermes on the convocation, right? Wasn't he able to know where the etheric density would be low next? So he was able, even though the convocation didn't know the source of the final days, they were still able to discern where it happened next. But wouldn't that mean that Hermes sort of knew that Meteion was responsible? That really doesn't make any sense. And also the timeline doesn't add up, right? Because at this point in time, where we are right now, Hermes is not part of a convocation. So did we truly change the timeline now, or what's going on? I mislike the look of this. Wait, did Hermes throw everybody out, or what? Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. I saw not out of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? Oh, did he maybe change the building? Because it can be, like, rearranged or something like that. Like the rooms within it. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Kitz's? Mr. Sonat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Kitz is put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kitz's scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. Wait, wouldn't that also... Well, I guess it doesn't affect Hermes himself? That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. Don't tell me this is literally going to be the dungeon and our trusts are going to be Vinard, Emetzel, and Hythlodius? Certainly seems like it. That was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strength, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Tis my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. This is crazy. What the hell? We're going into the dungeon with them? I was sure, like I would have sworn that we would have never had a dungeon here. Because our trusts are not here, right? 100%, I would have guessed that the dungeon would have been sort of the next piece after this, right? This area would have come to a conclusion, and then, you know, sort of the dungeon would have immediately followed for some reason. But seriously, we're going into the dungeon with Vinard, Emetzel, and Hythlodius? What the? Again, this is something that I would have never, ever guessed they would do. And again, it's not even the final dungeon. At least as far as I know, it's probably the third to last, if any. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emetzel, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lock potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? So he's either DPS or healer? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. This is crazy. Your tale led us here, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through What? Oh, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. I always want to say Meteon for some reason. And then we will face the future together. I have absolutely no freaking idea what will happen next. This is already crazy enough that this is the dungeon. And I said, you know, like an hour ago or something, I literally said, there's probably gonna be something else here. We're gonna return to this place. But I thought that it was gonna be, I don't know, maybe the raid, or, you know, some other, maybe, I don't know, an extra dungeon after you've reached level 90 and finished the story. But that it would literally be the level 87 dungeon. Wow. How the heck do they surprise me every single time? Bleak as the contents of Meteon's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Kitsis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise suggest. But even the colossal facility filled top to bottom with salvage creations will not stop you, not with Venard and Emmett Salk at your side. And I will be there too, of course, cheering you on. Okay. From the moment we met you, our visit has developed into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing, an awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate, so I understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty remains that I apprehend Meteon. If that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. One second, I have to write, my friend. This is... I honestly can't believe it. What the hell did they do with this expansion? This is... I just can't. Alright, I'm really sorry, but I have to take a very small break just to, well, mainly to find out what I will do for lunch today. I'll be right back. Okay, let's do this. So, The third seed, Soul Seer. So Hythlodius can only ever be a DPS. Well, that's unfortunate.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Yeah, you sound really excited about the prospect, huh?
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
So he's a bard. Interesting. That's why he said I'm cheering you on, because he's literally going to do that. Oh, okay.
Come, let us be off.
Let's get this over with. Let's get this over with.
That sigh in the beginning. Wait, can I not? Oh. Didn't Vinat say that Emmett would be able to, No, Hythlodius said that Emmett would be able to heal. Oh. Weird. I wanted to go with Vinat as tank. I guess Emmett tanks.
Let's get this over with.
That sigh in the beginning, seriously.
Come, let us be off.
Well then. One of the million things that I did not expect from this expansion. Kitz's Hyperborea. Did they show us this dungeon? I mean, I guess I will see what it looks like, but maybe this is the crystal dungeon thing? Oh, never mind. It's this one. Of course they showed us. Oh. Wow, that is very clever. It very much looked like this dungeon, like parts of this dungeon. Oh, the music. Wow. It looked like parts of this dungeon belong to other dungeons, right? For example, the snowfield in the back with that one tower just straight up looks like it would be in Garlemald, right? So, obviously now thinking back, we've been to the Garlemald dungeon already, and that wasn't part of it, so obviously it was part of something else. But yeah, I that's also why there was this glowing field. I thought that were like in the screenshots that we saw. I thought those glowing fields would be, you know, like northern lights or something. But it's literally a barrier between these zones. This looks cool. So this is the actual entrance then, right? And I guess sort of this whole area can change.
Turn back! Else I might be forced to.
Seems he's determined to protect Meteion. Aye, a right bother this is going to be. So I guess they can shift this place around? So then these spiral structures in the side seem to be sort of... Well, this is interesting. Wow. Guide. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more, for at Kitz's Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answer to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. It's interesting that they're actually, you know, doing like a, well, not a manual, but, you know, a guide to this place. It's almost like they advertise it. But don't they have to sort of, aren't they forced to submit their things for this place?
Have a taste.
Fall!
And of course they're not standing in my AoE anymore.
Out of my way!
Wait! Is Vinara casting Stone Skin? Hey, wait, I just realized Emmett sets a freaking Dark Knight? What the hell is going on? Well, I mean, if Dark Knight wasn't the coolest job before, well, aside from Summon, obviously, but the coolest tank, obviously. Why is this destroyed? You got some rampaging beasts? Wow, that's a blinding sun. What kind of weapon does Emmett have? Would you please tank?
Fall! This may sting.
Why is she casting Stone Skin on everybody? Isn't that kind of a waste?
I'm not entirely useless.
Have at you.
This may sting.
Have a taste.
This may sting.
It's also cool that you can, like, if you don't get off the last off global from the Titan phase, you can just do Ruin 3 and then the off global. So now we're entering the ice area. Of course there's the cold zone, and of course we're going through it. Wow, the lighting change. This looks incredible. Wait, these look exactly like the other beings. Like, like the one from the side quest. That's not the best position to tank them in, but alright. Wait, did I do single target before on accident? I think I did. Whoopsie. I wonder what these towers are for. They literally just seem a way that spirals upwards, right? What are these things? They have a funny mouth. That's a cool redesign of that that thing. I don't know what their actual name was. The sand things. They're usually sand, right? I also forgot how long Stone Skin lasted. Like, obviously, Venard's gonna cast it on everybody because it just lasts 30 freaking minutes. She should have also used Protect, shouldn't she? That would have been really cool.
Out of my way.
Yeah, then do more damage. Well, be out of your way then. Oh, first boss. What is that? Like snow ape? Oh no, it's a dinosaur. Or not. Wait, what is it? Alyssa. This fellow seems disinclined to let us pass. What is that? Looks like a lion thing? Something like that? Very interesting. Skull Dasher. And of course, again, I forgot my freaking party buff. Frostbite and Seek. Alright. Concealment. Oh! You can see its footsteps! What the hell? That's cool! Icicle instead of icicle? Okay. Frigid Stone. Okay. So far so good. I probably should just call Phoenix, but whatever.
Have a taste.
That was a perfect heal after the tank buster. Alright, now he does that again. Oh, wait! Oh, what the hell? That's not so easy to see, actually. Because the, like, they were sort of going back and forth. I'll just go into Bahamut immediately. Let's add all this.
I'm not entirely useless.
Stand still, go through. What? Isn't that the same path he had before?
This may sting.
Let's see what they look like. Wait. They look very similar to something that I know. Huh. Alright, now we're going actually up the spiral staircase. I wonder if it's the same gear that we had in the gauntlet? Wow. That looks impressive. So there must be other facilities here up here as well, I guess?
Have at you!
Oh, I should probably...
Have at you!
Let's just use the limit break, shall we? Just so that it, in fact, does get used. Not that the shield is really worth anything at this point. Alright. Wow. Ah, of course.
Stay away!
Should have expected that. Why do I always forget my party buff?
Out of my way!
So they were... Oh yeah, they were breeding behind there. So I guess here they're... oh, it's called True Stone Skin, I just noticed. So here... I guess they're testing on birds, right? They're in all these cages. Although this cage... looks like some smaller life forms in there. Or maybe that's where the young birds go? Bracelet. Oh, that's a bracelet. I wanted to take a look at it, but obviously. There's a lot of research stuff here, though. And there's the journal over there as well.
Have a taste!
Tables stacked up. Just think about how many concepts they store here. How many things they're probably testing. just look at this. All kinds of cages. It's a bit untidy though. I guess Hermes went through here? I don't know. Observation journal. According to Mistress Lissa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf. And indeed, it is impressively man-like in its gait. Was that the first creature we fought? So that was supposed to be a wolf? It is also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, where the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. Sun's still gleaming down there. So that's literally the building, right? More or less, at least. It looks even bigger than the one on the outside. Wow. Ooh, my nose is itching. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Wow. Why do you always have to sneeze multiple times back to back? How often does he want to do that? Whoopsie. Almost forgot the one-off global.
Out of my way.
It's incredible, this thing. No, it actually looks... I think it looks different than the one on the outside. I mean, it's bigger anyway. Ooh. What's the next? Wait. Oh, I think it actually escaped, right? Goodness me, what men are thinking is behind this. There truly is no accounting for taste. That's what they were saying. So they live here in these, like, cages below the floor? Concept review. It's like a review area, okay. The researchers... I guess they're testing them here, right? That makes sense why they would have, like, this big space, which in this case is the arena in the middle. It's literally to test them here. And this thing, for some reason, the Laden Lord escaped that back cage over there. Well, let's see what you can do then. It's interesting that they've marked every tank buster now. I just noticed that. Because usually that's probably going to be a pull-in. Or not. Because in the past, right, the tank busters were fairly clear through what they were called. Pirate Breath. Oh, okay.
Out of my way.
But now they've literally marked every tank buster with a marking. Which, you know, does make sense. Just doing the same thing. Wait, why aren't you moving away? Oh, wait, what? Oh.
Have a taste.
I should have looked at the heads, I think. Probably should have. Alright, so these are like the ones we know. Yeah, the middle one is glowing. Oh, the middle and the left one this time. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Have at you!
Intimidation.
Out of my way!
I'm not entirely useless.
Okay. Wait, where's the safe zone? Let's go over here somewhere. That was a bit further than I would have needed to go, but whatever.
Have a taste! Have a taste!
I wonder what this inhale thing does, though.
Have at you!
Oh! I know. When he does the inhale thing, he readies the pyretic breath. I was wondering about that. That's the raid white, right? Oh. Wait, when did I use Adel? Pass for Constitution, better fail for Intelligence. Yeah, that's... Gloves of Scouting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I think these are the gloves that I am currently wearing. I think these are the things that you were able to get in the Hero's Gauntlet. Unfortunately, though, I would have liked these things to be dyeable. That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, they probably have different colors than the ones that drop in the Hero's Gauntlet, but why not make them dyeable? That's a bit of a shame. Because those were really, really cool designs for armor. They're like these Amarantian designs. So it's a bit, yeah, unfortunate that apparently they, you know...
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
Geopsis.
I see you opening.
I wonder, at some point I have to look at if the AoE damage that every single summon does is actually the same. Because they're so different in nature, right? Garuda only does AoE damage through the dot thing, whereas Ifrit does it through the charge. Oh, that's the wrong one. And Titan does it through the off global, right? So they're very, very different from one another. Seriously? Of course they do that when I do the longest cast. Nah, whatever. Are we... Where are we? Of course, this is the second time this happened. What the hell? Are we like above the clouds, or are we still... I mean, technically we must still be inside the building, right? Central Aerial Artifice. Upper Aerial Artifice. Whoa. Cosmopsis. Whoa. Oh, now I get it. So we're literally at the edge of space, apparently. I mean, this would make sense as sort of an observation platform if you want to, you know, find out things about the outer... I mean, did anyone ever said that we weren't gonna listen to them? I mean, obviously we have to listen to what they have to say, right? Because we still don't know why they really... Although, then again, I guess we do know, right?
I'm not entirely useless. This may sting.
Ooh.
I see you opening.
Venat's using all kinds of cool skills. It's a bit of a shame we can't use them ourselves.
I see you opening.
They take quite long to beat, interestingly enough. I wonder if this truly is at the edge to outer space, or if it's still within the building, and they just recreated that. Although, what purpose would that serve? Flying lifeforms in introduction. The successful creation of migratory birds which travel between continents with the seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying lifeforms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fan Daniel during his tenure as chief overseer. Wait, hold on a second. Now they're talking about literally magnetic fields, which I was talking or taking as sort of a parallel to these, celestial, ethereal influences on the planet. But there actually are magnetic fields like the ones on our planet, or are they, in this world, are they sort of part of the ether? Does ether create magnetic fields, or what? A truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. Okay, that seems a bit strange. Interesting, because obviously electromagnetic fields are a force in our world, right? They're a fundamental force of our world, magnetic fields. Or electromagnetic fields, that is. So they always believed that ether is sort of the energy that, like, the basic energy for everything. Wouldn't that also include electromagnetic fields? Oh, we're literally fighting him. What? Wind defines Hermes.
So, it comes to this.
Yeah, but...
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
I still think it's kind of an overreaction. I mean, did we ever say that we wanted to, I don't know, destroy Medion? The only thing we really want to know is... I don't know, I mean... There isn't that much more to the report. I mean, would there be any harm in actually letting Medion finish her report and then him listening to it? I mean, at the end of the day, even after that, he might still be inclined to sort of fight for her, and so that she doesn't, you know, die, essentially. Because that would be sort of the conclusion to this, right? Once their task is fulfilled and there is sort of a threat that they, through discovering that no life form survived, might, I don't know, turn violent or influence things in a negative way. But still, I have a feeling that our actions here are actually about to bring the final days, rather than help stop them. Let's see what you're made out of.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
This time...
And gale, gather to me! Fall!
So he controls the wind, which is interesting. This time I remember to use my party buff.
Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Oh, that was close. Holy hell.
Dancing winds, here's my bow! Stars on high.
He casts Meteor? What? Oh. Double? Whoa. Ah, okay. One of them gets destroyed. Ooh. That's quick. It's a really cool mechanic. Okay. I thought that was too close, but it worked out. True bravery? I would like to see what that does. This is a cool fight again. This is really, really cool. Really cool mechanics.
Streams of ether.
Quadrupled. Alright, now it gets really interesting. Oh, I guess this is running in a circle again? Wait.
Stand firm.
Oh shit! Yeah. I definitely didn't do this the correct way. It's Adel. Save me! Ooh, that was way too close! And that's a very potent dot. Heal me! Thank you.
dancing winds, pierce my foes!
I would like to know what that does, actually. True bravery. It's an interesting name.
Stars on high, fall as
This
rain.
again. This was definitely the best mechanic I thought so far. Then he casts double again.
Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
Aww. Ooh.
Out of my way.
That was way too close for my liking. How the hell did I manage to evade that? Well,
No. My power.
sure old Medion doesn't do anything with her emotions just because we defeated him. Because again, that seems like a distinct possibility that that would maybe be possible, that this is the reason why maybe she reacts in some form because she wants to protect him. But then again, I mean, we're not killing him, so... Let us leave the rest to Emmett Selk. Hopefully he has calmed down a little. A merry chase he led us on. A cane. Oh, right. I forget that you also always get something for your job as well. Whoa. What the hell? A see-through book? Well, that's something new. Oh, wait, what? You can see through it from this side, but from this side it actually looks... That's cool. Wonder what the cane looks like. It's just a cane. I mean, it looks cool as well, but... Special effect on the book is really cool. Does Medium say something? No? Okay. Well...
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full.
I mean, we can still do that.
Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing.
Was there happiness in those distant stars?
I mean...
Was there a reason for living?
Would she know that if she only found stars that were devoid of life?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased.
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savour in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
I think we have found the source.
Their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
There it is.
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star.
And apparently it did.
Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
What the fuck?
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the Star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason
Oh God.
that we too should be discarded?
Well,
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise.
That's why he did
If not,
this.
he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Fairness?
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Oh.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
This is
Bravo.
crazy.
I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer.
So this is how they explain that we
Everything
can...
you told us. Everything that has happened. The fact we've even met. It will all be gone.
will result in the exact same events that we already know.
Go,
But we survived. At least the first 5
to
days.
the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
And there she still remains, I imagine.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly
Okay.
fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This is so crazy.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
Oh, she able to escape? Or is she... Oh, she's going after her. What the... This is... I don't...
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory.
So I'd imagine that the memory reconfiguration wasn't entirely successful?
As if we needed more pressure.
Maybe even
no
not.
No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do.
How, though?
Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
What? Venat was going after her? I like how she's sitting on her mount.
Almost! Very well, then.
Oh!
You may elude us this day, but not forever.
We can... That's why she's saying, here, feel, think. We can track her with that. That's why she's constantly reminding us, because we can feel where she is.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
By the way, isn't that the science of the 12?
No time for brooding. Listen well.
Or is it not?
Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Shoot! Wait, shoot!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We're rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though
This
we've
is
grown
incredible.
accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
Hi there, buddy.
There's
So
no
we're
time.
both escaping?
Quickly!
That's why
Even
Heidelin
now,
knows as well.
I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I won't. There it is.
Process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
So this is how it worked. And that's also why Hermes actually took the place of Daniel. Because he altered the memories in a way where he would be part of the convocation. And I guess subconsciously maybe he even knew that he would be able to sort of steer them in the right direction or something. Although he himself would probably not even know of Meteon, right? He would still know why the final days came or how they influenced the star. But he wouldn't know... Oh. Holy shit, this is incredible.
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
Yeah, my brain could say the same. What the... But doesn't this mean exactly what I said in the beginning? What if we had never gone back in time? Would this still have happened? Wasn't the very reason? Although then again, I guess it would have, right? Because at some point Meteon would have come back with that exact same conclusion. Maybe we wouldn't have confronted Hermes with that, but could have very well been that Meteon would have, you know, turned out exactly the same, just without our knowledge. That's also why...
It be true?
The writing in this is just exceptional, right? That is why they established with the forum that memory altercation is even possible. I was wondering why they brought that up. Why it was even something to know, because it was so, like, it seemed like such an extreme power that they would be capable of doing something like that. And, you know, but now, obviously, we needed to know, they had to establish that that power was possible, and only through that was it now clear that obviously they were able to do the same. Wow.
Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life?
I don't think so. Just because he sent out Meteon to every... He didn't send them out everywhere, did he? I don't think so.
Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Then again, Midgardsormr came from beyond and called this the last bastion of hope.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go.
This is such an, like, all of the implications from this are just so incredible. Obviously, Venard would oppose the summoning of Zodiac, because she knew exactly that Meteon was still out there. She knew that that wouldn't help anything. I do still wonder... We still don't know why she specifically sundered the planet, though. There has to be another reason for that. Maybe Meteon wouldn't be able to influence the shards or something? I mean, somehow... It feels like a plan to just give us time to deal with this, right? Because somehow we have endured another 12,000 years, which is quite some time on Nefaris. through whatever happened. And she knows about what happened.
I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down.
So then, didn't I say at some point that, you know, the last area might literally just be another planet or something? Because, as far as we know, the Ethereal Sea is within Aetheris. That's not really all that important anymore, is it? Or maybe it is.
But thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. Why are these words so similar to Emet-Selch? Because he lost his memory, didn't he? So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
But I still think, like, I wonder, what became of the present-day Fandango? Did he somehow sort of retain that characteristic of thinking that all life isn't worth living? Is that why he wanted to bring back the final days once more? Because somehow in his subconscious he knew? Because he altered his own memory, right? He shouldn't be able to recall these events. Or maybe he did know somehow? So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
Couldn't we go there and just tell them? I mean, maybe they wouldn't believe us, but...
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
But then also, why create the spaceship, by the way? There has to be another purpose for that.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Right, of course. I said that myself, I just didn't realize why that would be the case. The spaceship, the moon, it's not for us to escape. It's so that we're able to get to Medion and finish this once and for all. That's why that exists. And again, I think, however or whatever prompted her to sunder the stars, just to give us time. Because maybe she realized that it would take a long time for them to bring back Zodia. Still, of course. Why didn't I realize that sooner? By sundering the star, she drastically decreased our ethereal... Well, then again, wouldn't that be bad? Or maybe it was so that we could locate Meteon easier? There has to be a reason there. I just thought that I realized something, but I actually didn't really. But there has to be a reason for it, right? I think by sundering the star, she meant for us to have a lesser ethereal density, right? And then again, she kind of knows that we are able to rejoin them, or Emet-Selch will be rejoining them. This part still confuses me, because she knows us. She knows what will happen in the future, right?
Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
And I also don't think that she planned not to be able to speak to us any longer. So maybe something else happened that she didn't expect?
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
So now they think that the alarm was sounded because they did something weird with that time-traveling thing of his. Not time-traveling, but
unharmed.
memory
There is
alteration.
a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable.
Oh.
And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
But I still don't know why.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
So they would still know that we're not here. Oh, hello there. Thanks for the raid. What's going on? I'm kind of mind blown here right now.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what are we gonna do with Bernard and Heidelin?
But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well.
Hello there. Were you also streaming 14?
I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Thanks for the nice raid, everyone.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Yeah, thanks. I'm totally mind blown by Endwalker so far. It's way more than I hoped it would be. It's incredible. There were so many things that I would have never thought would happen. For example, the dungeon I just did. And actually having the Venard and Emetzelk as trusts, that's absolutely incredible.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
But I still wonder...
You do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it.
Yeah, that must be, like, for her, absorbing all those negative memories from all the distant stars. Yeah, thanks for the raid again. It's really nice seeing you.
Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
I still wonder if Hermes somehow, in a subconscious, retained, well, not exactly memories, but some feeling of what happened and how that might influence his other sundered selves in the future?
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Wait, what? Who came up with that theory? Okay, I somehow get the feeling that we might visit that place in the future. Memories. Yeah, so that's why they were showing us all that stuff with when Monteshane told us about it. About memory manipulation, how it works, and how they might be restored. But I still kind of fail to see how that would... how or why we would be able to get them back.
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
If only he knew.
Let us rest. If only for a while.
Yeah, with this going on...
After all, you and I... oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Mm-hmm. Especially through the next 12,000 years. Sometimes you really get the feeling that you just have to take a rest after all these cutscenes and revelations and... holy shit. This is such an incredible story. Wow. Again, there are still so many things that have been sort of left unanswered. Why does the star get sundered? How are we... If Venat retained her memories completely, she knows everything that took place here. She knows essentially the entire future. So I wonder why everything with Heidelin still happens. I mean, because it feels like she should be able to sort of come up with a better plan. Not necessarily a better one, but I don't know, maybe she didn't. But then again, we also still don't know, for example, why Emet-Selch wasn't sundered. That has to have some kind of meaning as well, right? And what is that sort of offhanded information about the underworld? there is a theory. Weren't they just testing a memory altercation device? Is that even already a thing? I sort of thought that, you know, whatever Hermes had there as a device would have sort of been the first memory altercation device altogether. So how or why would that even... Wait. And then also, what is this underworld meant to be anyways? As far as we know, or as far as we've been told, well, souls do return to the ethereal sea, but, you know, memories do get sort of cleansed upon dying, right? Or they get... Wait, I thought they would be sort of... The souls would, you know, practically be sort of released of their memories. But this now sounds like there's still a place where people go. There's still a place where, you know, remnants of somebody might still exist. But what does that then mean? How does that materialize itself? Like, what? I don't know. I mean, let's continue for now, but there have been so many questions that have now been answered in that cutscene. Most importantly, what or who, in the case of Meteion, is responsible for the final days, and why. But a lot of it is still not quite clear as to what's happened in the past. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more Endwalkers. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Meteor would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction. And one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Hand Daniel. One thing that I also wondered when we arrived in the zone is how much time has passed since this moment and the moment when the final days actually came. I don't think they ever told us. I don't think that it really matters anyway, but it would be great to know. But I feel like it's several years, if not a lot more, right? Probably? Ooh, yeah, we can now fly here, huh? Great. After cutscenes like this, you really just have to, I don't know, take a deep breath? Where are we going now? So I guess we return to the present and then try to figure out how to actually locate Meteion, right? I would imagine so. And maybe that's when we return, because I'm still wondering when or why we will return to Labyrinthos, right? there has to be a reason why we go there again. So I'd imagine maybe we try to look for information about distant stars or about... Because, I mean, one thing that sort of has become clear through this, right, that we now know, is that the moon, the starship, certainly is not for escaping the planet. Because if we would just go to another planet, Meteor would still find us. She would still be able to, or try, to destroy everybody. Because she thinks that our life, you know, only has meaning if we don't exist anymore, I guess. So, what now? Are we going back and telling the Forum, oh yeah, by the way, the starship is not meant for us to escape, it's meant for us to find whoever did this to us? Thou must live, die, and know. Listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emetzelk and Hethledeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Which she did, as far as we know. Although I'm still not really sure what exactly she was planning to do there. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the door of Populeon. Wow. So now, well, I can finally fly in this zone for once. I guess I finally take a look at the map. So there's still a couple corners I haven't missed any side quests, have I? I don't think that I did. Oh, we can actually fly to that. That's one other small island over there, right? So let me quickly uncover the entire map and repair this thing. And... oh. I haven't done this in a while. Let me uncover the entire map and then I'll continue on with the quest. Do that on Paladin. Because I'm over-leveled enough on my summoner. Let's grab this one first. Oh, we return to the resting place. Interesting. I wonder what this is. I guess the sightseeing spot will tell us, won't it? It's number 32? What did it say? 32, I think. Yeah. The Chthonic... oh, that's the place we heard about. The researchers of the small facility are unlike their colleagues in that they seek to manifest new creations without the aid of creation magics. Their natural breeding program pairs creatures with differing characteristics, relying purely on chance to conceive heretofore unimagined possibilities. Oh, so that's the place they were talking about. Because I did a couple of quests where this came up. The name did. So that's the place here. Somebody tried their newly developed apples, or bred apples. Alright, I'm missing the northeast corner. Alright. I could still look at this place all day, right? I mean, this is such a beautiful place still. Ooh, I almost flew it to the... Oh. I think we can go there as well. Right, I could also go back and get that other sightseeing log. I think I'll do that. The one on the arch. See if we can... No, I don't... No. Fortunately, I don't think we can. Though there are a couple more islands up here, but... Ah, unfortunate. I would like to know what that place is. This area also looks really beautiful. Because of our search for Medion, I haven't even really, didn't have the time to properly look at this. The lakes and all. I wonder what the purpose of this is. If this is truly just to, get a better feel for the aquatic creatures, or if it serves some other purpose. I mean, it was brought up in a couple of quests, I think. I might have to go back and read up about it. Oh, wait. Totally forgot about the... Was it there? Yeah, it's there. Well, at least this gives my mind a bit of time to wind down and think about what just happened. I mean, again, it's weird to think about the present-day Fandaniel and what his sort of reasons for his behavior would have been. Because it almost seems like he also sort of retained a couple of his memories, apparently. Because why would he try to bring about the final days once more? There has to have been something in his subconscious that told him... I mean, it's... Or maybe... It's interesting that Zande, during the Allegan Age, sort of came to the same conclusion that Medion did, right? I wonder how much the Allegans were actually able to discover. Because they were also the ones who discovered Omega, right? So, how much of the universe would they have known about? And if they knew about it, then how... Wait. So if they knew about the universe, I don't know, but they wouldn't have been... The Allegans wouldn't have had any chance. I mean, they might have a chance to find, I don't know, maybe one or two civilizations, or to have like a basic understanding of the universe to the point where they would have known that other civilizations existed, right? But at the same time, I feel like I don't know. Because it is rather interesting that Zandi also sort of came to the same conclusion. I mean, it's definitely a conclusion that's sort of... I mean, it's... I want to say it's sort of a logical one, right? It's not a very good one, in a way, but the conclusion that because everything eventually perishes, there is no reason to live in the first place, right? That's sort of the thing that we're talking about here. You know, it's a logical, I guess, if you want to sort of look at it from a philosophical standpoint, it's a logical conclusion that you would be able to draw, and, you know, sort of anyone might be able to do so with everything that the Elegants discovered and that Zande discovered. But again, it comes back to the question of why was Amon helping him? Why was Fandaniel sort of helping him with that? And did we maybe retain, or did Fandaniel retain somehow some memories in his subconscious in the present day? Maybe he didn't know why, or, you know, why he was like that, but maybe he had a hunch about what he wanted to do. Although then again, it seems very specific to try to bring back the final days, if that wasn't the... Right? I don't know. Seems weird as well. Yeah, that is strange. I don't know, I guess I should continue, but, Ctesis Hyperborea. The most extensive facility in Elpis, Ctesis Hyperborea, is a sprawling complex of magically simulated environs. Concepts awaiting evaluation are brought here for the last stages of observation, and upon meeting the appropriate criteria, are finally released into the world at large. I am also still wondering whether or not that final platform that we were on, somehow I think that it was outside, but then at the same time, for example, you weren't able to see any stars. But how did Medion exactly fly out into the universe? But maybe it's, I don't know, programmed that way, so that it's actually connected to sort of the outside atmosphere of Atheris or something. Oh boy, we have a lot to discuss with our Scion friends upon returning. This will be a major thing. I mean, again, sort of our course now seems fairly clear, even though we still don't know a lot about a lot of things. Our next task then would be to find Medion. And in so doing, I mean, I guess that's why we return to Labyrinthos as well. It's probably because now we're actually helping the Forum prep for our journey to the stars. Yeah, I mean, actually, the thing that we'll be doing next seems fairly straightforward. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venard, several oh god, I was suddenly thinking that they might tell you you can't return to this area until you finish the story or something, but oh boy. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Here we are, I guess. Shit, probably should have made myself lunch before this. Ah well. Guess I'll do that later. Yes, let's speak to her.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
I wonder if they're gonna explain how we're able to go back and forth between the present and the past. Oh, and by the way, yeah, now it's confirmed, right? This is actually our past. It's not a different timeline. So everything, ironically enough, everything that, you know, we did in the side quests with, you know, creating Behemoth and helping with the creation of various minions and things from the present. Now we know where those weird ideas came from. Why the toads can use their tongue to suck you up and stuff like that. Because we actually came back in time and told them to do it this way. Cool. Yes, this is where we part ways. I mean, we have to. We have to go back to the future and tell everybody how or what we must do now.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
I mean, a lot of people would probably... Well, maybe not a lot. I wonder actually how many would feel the same sort of desperation at the sight of every other civilization perishing.
I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold.
I wonder if she actually told everything to her colleagues, right? The people that created Heidelin, if they knew everything that she knew? Probably not. I don't think she actually told them about the future. She probably...
Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Right. I also, yeah. I didn't even really... I mean, it registered with my brain, but I didn't really think about that. So, he hasn't forsaken our world. He just wants to test us. Right? He knows that Meteion is out there, that she wants to erase all life, but he doesn't yet believe that that's the right thing to do. That's why he erased the memories, or wanted to erase them anyway. He wants this fair fight, a fair struggle, whether or not we can actually survive the final days. Which in a way is interesting, because considering that we and Vinod retained our memories, it's not a completely fair fight, is it? I mean, we know what's at stake and and how it works. have to wonder, right? I mean, like, in a way, the fact that we were able to escape proves that we can, I guess, set our minds to things that otherwise maybe wouldn't, maybe other sort of civilizations wouldn't be able to do. But at the same time, it's not exactly fair, right? If you consider, well, how would the outcome of this have been if he actually succeeded in erasing our memories? I think that we might actually have perished. Well, then again, what's also interesting to me, now that I think back, or at least from what we know about all of that, the ancients summoned Zodiac to deal with the final days. And they were able to stop them, right? So, or maybe they weren't? I'm still not quite sure how all of that actually interacts with each other. Why was Zodiac actually able to forestall the final days? And had Zodiac not been released, how would it have ended?
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind, who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but, you know, if we really go back to this thought, then in a way, the summoning of Zodiac and Hydaelyn, or one of them, only Zodiac, however you really want to, you know, look at this, but weren't they able to survive? Didn't we sort of already prove that they're able to survive? Maybe only through, you know, sundering the star, you know, sacrificing half of their number. But either way, they were able to fight against this. They were able to live on. And I wonder what Meteon thought about that. And because it does seem like, for some reason, she wasn't able to bring back the final days in that desperation, right? For a very, very long time. Only when Finn Daniel actually freed Zodiac was it able to come back. So somehow Meteon's influence on Theris was actually blocked.
We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls.
defeat despair. Yeah, that seems like a pretty hard fight.
Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end.
Walk free, huh?
As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Already looking forward to it. I mean, well, technically we've met her several times in between, but yeah. Let's see how this turns out. Wow. This whole zone, everything about it was just an incredible experience from the beginning to the end. That was just one zone. I mean, I can't even fathom how this will end and where we will go.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
So that's him. In the convocation, and I feel like the present that we come back to doesn't look all too great, I'd imagine. Unfortunately. Oh, I think now we will see how Vinod actually experienced the final days. Oh, this is going to be interesting. With that song. Now all of a sudden that song takes on an entirely different meaning, doesn't it?
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
Again? God, with that song in the background.
That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
So that's what Zodiac actually did. So they literally created an ether shield around the planet to keep the Dynamis energy out. That's Zodiac.
Yet the
Zodiac's
cries echoed
purpose.
still.
God, this music.
We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
There's the trailer line.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No
That's a different
civilization,
version.
however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
So accept our
We
imperfections,
can't
essentially.
accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
I'll play literally the song line. This is... What have they done with this song?
God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise.
That's why she did it.
Henceforth, he shall walk.
She wanted to strip us of this desire for perfection. That's why she sundered everyone. Because we would know, like, we would never know perfection that way.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering, to mire and plague.
This song, why does the song fit so incredibly perfectly to this moment?
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
Answer me. We're looking for the
As
answer.
fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Wow. Just wow.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
that whole cutscene with the song in the background. What the hell is even going on? How could they wrap everything like so perfectly into those lyrics? As if it was always meant to be this way. As if the song didn't even fit the calamity with Bahamut, but was meant for this very specific moment. We're back in the Crystal Tower. I completely forgot that we were even in the first. Wow. I don't even know what to say to this. So that's why she sundered the planet. So that we wouldn't know perfection. So that we would strive to find the answer. To why do we live? I don't... So she... But then she also, in a way, I think she still used Zodiac as well. Zodiac still had a purpose, right? She didn't even specifically send the Zodiac. She didn't even send the Zodiac or anything to... You know, she didn't banish what we sort of thought for a very long time. Even, I think, through Shadowbringers, when it was revealed to us that sort of Hydaelyn came after Zodiac. You know, we always thought of it as a struggle between the two. But it actually wasn't really. And I think Venat still used Zodiac in a way, right? Because apparently this ethereal shield pretty much lasted all this time, didn't it? That's why the final days didn't exist for these 12,000 years. The final days came, and Zodiac was summoned and brought forth to create this ether shield. But obviously, that didn't revert anything on the planet. All that desperation, the fact that everything was destroyed, that was still very much reality. And then Venat used Zodiac, or kept Zodiac, right? She didn't destroy Zodiac, she kept him sealed away so that this shield of ether would still exist, I think. And then when the present Fandaniel destroyed Zodiac, or rather became Zodiac's heart and made us destroy him, that protective shield apparently went away, right? Though we are still sundered and therefore imperfect, and are still seeking for the answer to the question, well, why do we live? Why are we meant to die and to suffer? And what is our ultimate sort of goal in this world? The ultimate goal of life? I don't even... how much deeper does this go, right? How much more incredible can this expansion become? Like, this is literally... I don't know. And that song, right? Considering the lyrics, if you now look back on that song, Answers, it almost doesn't seem to fit the Seventh Umbral Calamity anymore. Of course, in a way it still does, because, the calamities definitely intertwine with the meaning of it, obviously. But that's the true meaning of that song and of the lyrics in Answers. Which is just absolutely incredible. Like, incredible to a point where you literally don't even know what to say anymore to this. This is... So now I guess we return to the Scions and tell them of our fantastic tale. Though there are still things that we either don't know or have to find out. Whew. You know what? One thing I do know, at least for me, I think this is the perfect opportunity to make myself something to eat, to have lunch, and sort of calm my mind a bit, calm down a bit, and, because right now I'm so blown away by this that I don't even... this feeling when you just can't sort of... I had the same feeling after everything that we witnessed at the end of Garlemald. Right? With that brilliant duty where we were in a different body and everything that happened with the dungeon. Sometimes there's just a point where I definitely want to continue. I mean, obviously I still have more than enough time. But, sometimes you need to take a break from this. Sometimes you just need to, I think, unwrap your mind, literally sort of go into your brain and unravel everything in a way so that you can look at essentially a clean sheet of paper, or not a clean sheet of paper, but a paper that's sort of laid out before you, not crumpled, and I don't know. This is absolutely incredible from start to finish. That whole zone was just mind-blowing. Like, almost every single moment of it was mind-blowing. From the very beginning, that you are actually there with Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus. I always say Hythlodaeus, by the way. It's Hythlodaeus, right? Actually meet Vinard. And again, the whole time I was wondering, because it felt like it, especially with the side quests, right? The side quests had so many like little beautiful details and nods towards the present day that we know, right? The world that we know from 14 and all of the weird creatures that live within it. And most side quests sort of hinted towards that. They hinted towards us sort of influencing the past unknowingly and creating the very monsters that we fight in the present. Which is really ironic and also really well done how they were able to incorporate that with a lot of like interesting sort of funny references here and there. But again, that's what I was suspecting from the start, that it was going to be... Well, what do you call that exactly? Sort of circle time travel, I guess? Where, there's only ever one timeline. And the only thing that happens is that by traveling back in time, you only do things that happened anyway, that already happened, basically, right? So you never change anything, because it already happened, right? There never was a past where we did not travel back. That past was always ours, right? And had there been somebody who could have told us, they would have been able to tell us, hey, in a couple of days you will be, or in a couple of years, whatever, you'll be the one traveling back in time. But obviously because of everything that happened and because of the sundering that Bernard did, we didn't know it up until the point that we actually went back in time. And one thing that is still not, I think, entirely clear is how the memory altercation works. Or rather, what exactly happened. I guess that's also a point that we still have to sort of figure out. What exactly happens when you die? What memories do you retain and why? And are those memories still there? Right? So, in a way, at least it looked like it, that after Zodiac was destroyed, the souls of the ancients that were sacrificed for Zodiac, that were still contained within him, are now gone, right? They apparently returned to the ethereal sea. But in a way, I have a feeling that those souls are still there. I mean, the souls are definitely still there. That much we pretty much know. The only souls that apparently ceased to exist were the souls of the people that turned into beasts during the final days now, right? Because their ether got completely stagnant and dissipated, and only the dynamis remained and turned into a beast. But all the other souls, and especially the ones that were sacrificed to Zodiac, technically should still be there. And somehow we might be able to bring them back, and also bring them back with memories, apparently, if we go to the underworld, which is the raid, correct? I mean, that's what it's called. It's literally called the underworld, essentially, right? Which is also something, for some reason before, or when they announced the raid, right? When they announced that it was called Pandemonium, and that it was about, I think they said something along the lines of it's about La Habrea. But now it's about much, much more than that. And, when they announced that, I was taken aback a bit, at least, right? I thought to myself, well, okay. I mean, it was still very cool when they announced it, because they said that it was going to be an original story, right? And that's always great. Same with the story about the 12, that it's going to be in the Alliance Raid series. But I still thought, oh, this is a bit odd, right? Because they also said that 6.0 was going to be the end to the Heidelin Zodiac arc. And I was sort of, thinking to myself, well, wait, if 6.0 is the conclusion to that, then what is Pandemonium about? It can't really be connected to it, right? Because the raid series obviously takes place over the course of the whole expansion. Whereas if 6.0 is the conclusion to the Heidelin Zodiac arc, which now it feels like it's much more than just Heidelin Zodiac, that almost, like, Zodiac and Heidelin almost sort of pale in comparison to what the actual threat is, right? It's a literally universe-spanning threat. But yeah, I was wondering about the raid series, and now I think that, well, at least from what we know, the raid series might sort of actually be a continuation of the story that we still sort of have in the background. Because it might literally be about bringing back the ancients, or at least their memory, maybe even restoring our memories. I mean, that's a thing for the future, obviously. The raid is definitely after the story, and I haven't even finished the story, so yeah, but my mind's still racing. This is such an incredible thing. But yeah, I'm starving here. I need to find something to eat, and I don't know if I'll be returning like shortly. I think I'm gonna make myself a pizza probably, and maybe something else as well. So maybe I'll return for a couple minutes in between, but yeah, this is probably gonna be a bit of a longer break. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'll definitely be going for at least 6 more. So yeah, it's probably gonna be overall a break of about 30 minutes, I suspect. And then we'll continue to this absolutely mind-bending and incredible tale. Alright. See you in a bit. Okay, I am back. That actually took a bit longer than I expected, but I was talking to somebody, and it's always a bit of a, I don't know, some frozen pizzas nowadays are, or most of them actually, for some reason, over the course of the past, I don't know, couple of years, they've actually changed some frozen pizzas to be, I suppose, more like a real pizza, quote unquote. But in that process, they now require you to heat your oven to like 40 degrees Celsius higher than you would have done otherwise in the past. Which, I do have to admit, I think because of that, frozen pizzas have actually gotten better over the last couple of years, but it does have the downside of your oven just taking longer to preheat. And then even if you preheat longer, at least, well, the oven that I'm using is quite old, so I guess it just takes way longer to actually reach the heat or something. But whatever they say on the packaging, I mean, the pizza that I just ate says something about, between 7 and 8 minutes to finish in a preheated oven, obviously. But, I put it in there for 12, and I think it was barely ready. Like, the middle part of the pizza, was still cooling very rapidly. So, I guess what I'm saying is it got both upsides and downsides. Pizzas have gotten better, the frozen ones, although obviously still very, very far away from an actual normal pizza that you would buy in like a pizza place or get delivered. But now it takes probably 5 to 10 minutes longer to actually make them in the oven, so whatever. It's not a big deal, but it's just also like, it's not really a, put it in the oven and forget about kind of thing, because you have to preheat it for a couple of minutes, then you have to put the pizza in, and then take it out, obviously, and then eat it. But there isn't really any sort of room, I mean, a couple of minutes max, where you could go sort of back and, continue playing or whatever. But, especially in story-heavy games, or, well, any game, really, there isn't really any point to just play for 8 minutes, especially if you have to keep an eye on the time the whole time. Double time for when it's actually finished. But since it's only sort of it wasn't really small, but it didn't really have much on it, unfortunately, which is also, I think, one of the downsides of most frozen pizzas is they are very, very sparse with what they put on it, usually. Which is unfortunate, because sometimes you do have frozen pizzas that actually taste really, really good, but they're still only sort of like half of what a normal pizza would be. Not in terms of size, but in terms of what's on it, which is a bit unfortunate. But I also have some meatballs still with mustard that I'm gonna snack here on the side, I think. So if I, mute myself in a bit here for a couple minutes, I'm gonna eat some meatballs as well. Yeah. So our next task is to return to Sharlayan, which, yeah, I think at least one thing that was also the purpose why I took the break, obviously, is to sort of calm my mind. I feel, after scenes like that, when there's a lot happening and it's really, mind-blowing stuff, which 14 now seems to deliver at like an incredibly fast pace, right? Almost every sort of big moment in the story, like every end of the zone, is this mind-bending thing that turns some stuff completely on its head to what it was before, which is, honestly, I don't know how they do that. Again, I just want to reiterate, that cutscene that we just watched, 40 minutes ago, whenever I decided to take my lunch break, that cutscene had Answers playing in the background. And the lyrics of Answers fit this cutscene so perfectly that it feels like they wrote this cutscene 10 years ago when they wrote the song. And it all makes sense and it fits perfectly within the story. How the hell did they achieve that? I'm really, really wondering about that. That seems... obviously you can sort of try to, meld it around the already existing song, because I would be very surprised if this particular cutscene was planned for in this particular manner. But now, thinking back as to what it means, I really do wonder if they maybe decided from the very beginning that this hear, feel, think line was going to be something like that. An external force that tries to bring desperation to our planet, and by, trying to feel it out, we can actually locate where it's coming from. I wonder if that was at least sort of the idea, even if the details maybe, back then still didn't exist. Meteon, for example, and maybe even Fandaniel, or who exactly would be the person who created them, right? These details maybe didn't exist, but I suspect that sort of the general idea must have existed at that point, because otherwise, how would you make it feel so perfect? And again, I think the best way here is to actually look at the original CGI cutscene where they played Answers, and why Answers as a song still very much fits that CGI cutscene. It mostly fits it through sort of timing, frame timing when they cut to the music, stuff like that, right? But the actual lyrics that the song is made out of, well, they generally fit that particular cutscene. They fit this new meaning that we now discovered way better. And that's what I'm so mind blown by, right? How they managed to take something that is so intrinsically linked with the rebirth of this game and is, exists in this CGI trailer that everybody looks at as one of the sort of best trailers ever made, right? Certainly one of the best moments in video game history, when they actually shut down servers and then played this cutscene, right? To take something like that, put the same song under a different cutscene and make it fit better than the original, that is, like, I'm at a loss for words to say how really, truly mind-blowing that is. And it's not even done. I suspect that the next quest, since we now have done the level 87 dungeon, probably the next quest is going to be level 88, I suspect. I'm close to 89, so I was, you know, I overleveled the main quest by about a level, which is fine, right? If I reach the level 89 quests and I'm already 90 or close to it, I don't really mind. I know that it's quite a bit of experience that might get lost, but I mean, there isn't really any other way to do it. Otherwise, I would have to level Paladin or some other job to the same level practically to make use of the additional experience that the main quest provides, and that's just not really worth it, especially considering that, you know, a couple of roulettes will yield the exact same amount of experience. But yeah, this is... I don't know where this is going. It's absolutely phenomenal. Let me grab a little bit more to eat here. It's only going to be 2-3 minutes. These are some snacks that I brought with me. Because the pizza really, you know, didn't do that much. And then we'll actually continue going back to Sharlayan and seeing this through to the end. Probably not today, because there's still half of Labyrinthos left, and also some couple of side quests that I wasn't able to do the first time because they transported us back immediately to Sharlayan and forbade us from doing anything else, which I adhere to. So that's going to take a while, and then obviously there's going to be the last zone, whatever the hell that is, to go through. And then I suspect there's also going to be quite an extensive ending. Now, obviously, I don't know that. I don't know how they're going to do that, but I have a feeling that they're not just going to end, right? I mean, usually, you know, 5.0, those, well, obviously they have an epilogue, or not really an epilogue, but, you know, they have the credits, and then there's usually like an after-credit scene or two, but it's, you know, it's definitely not as extensive as 5.3, for example, where you literally went back. I mean, that took me probably 3 hours in and of itself to have this, or maybe 2. I don't remember, but it was something between 2 or 3 hours. Then it took me to go back to all of these places and visit these people and, you know, look at the cutscenes, and that was brilliant. So I suspect that they're gonna do, like, at least something similar to that here. Again, I'm not going to finish the story today. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah. So I'll be right back, and then we'll get back into it. Okay. Whoa. That was really, really good. You know, usually I'm not the biggest fan of these, you know, fairly cheap store-bought meatballs. They're also probably not really I mean, they're obviously not healthy, but they're also, I guess in terms of food production, probably not the highest quality. That being said, though, you know, there are days where you just need that. I have eaten almost nothing the past 2 days because I was working so late. And, you know, to then be able to just, you know, stuff them into you, I guess. Sometimes that's just right what you need. I mean, sometimes, you know, it's not often, but sometimes you just need Burger King or something as well, right? So this is, I guess, fairly similar in quality. Sometimes it's just sometimes you just need something like that. And also, I mean, it's not the worst quality either, I think, because it's a brand from the supermarket itself, right? And those are actually, you know, most of the time they're not so bad in terms of quality. Certainly not worse than a lot of brand names. Whew, alright. Let's get the show on the road again. That was definitely a bit of a longer break than I, you know, originally wanted to do, but doesn't really matter. Now we're back on track and able to do this. Look at all these people just starting the Elidibus cutscene. Their mind's going to be blown as well when they reach Elpis. That zone is called Elpis, right? Yeah, it's actually called that. Huh. Back in the Crystarium, although we have to travel to Shalvian. Interesting. Wait, so it seems like they've... Well, some of the locations definitely cost a lot more to teleport to now, but on some locations they've also put a cap. And a very low one at that. That is interesting. It's a bit weird how they've done that. Not entirely sure why. It also seems a bit random. You only have to pay... Why is Mordona capped at 300? Or is that always capped at 300 now? Gil, that is? Oh, yeah, I was wondering. People are still loading in. Always takes a bit of time on PlayStation. It doesn't seem overly crowded, unfortunately. Huh. Oh, never mind. I think people are still loading in. Oh yeah, it is definitely crowded here. Alright, yeah, sure. That was... I didn't expect it to take that long for everybody to load in. Alright, what are we gonna do now? Again, I think that we're gonna start helping the forum prep the starship. And also probably sort of use it for a different purpose now. There they are. Tataru! You've a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. Why? Impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Carrying our song. Yeah, I wonder what those developments were. And as I suspected, level 88, As the Heavens Burn. And here are our next gear coffers, 545, interesting. Chondrite weapon coffer. So I suspect, yeah, this is 88, so the new artifact gear will be 550 then, right? Wait, let me think back. So the Shadowbringers, or rather the maximum item level of Stormblood was 400, right? And then the Shadowbringers artifact gear is 430. Now the maximum Shadowbringers item level was 530, which would technically mean the artifact gear should be 560. But it is one level lower, apparently. I mean, we'll see, but I definitely have to rearrange my inventory slightly. Whatever. Please tell me what happened here. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? I mean, yeah, you could say as much. It was probably a lot more that I learned than what they thought. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time in the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alphino have been traveling all over. For all the regions they've visited, Locus Amonis is one of the worst affected. Where's that? Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at least. In the meantime, Stola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Totaro and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. Yeah, how is this going to continue exactly? Because, like, we can't take everybody on the moon, Now that I think about it, maybe my theory didn't make a whole lot of sense in the first place. I'm still confused about the moon. Because if Meteon is truly this universe-spanning threat, then wherever we would travel with a moon spaceship wouldn't be safe either way, right? So I suspect that it was sort of planned in order to go to Meteon. But then why take everybody else with us? I wonder. Or does the moon have some sort of other special ether shield? But wouldn't that be gone now that Zodiac is destroyed? That's a thing that I still don't quite get. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortuno to the people of Ratzatan. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Well, I mean, it does make sense, right? If we already have a means to bring people to the moon, then why build a new one? Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Harnish refugees to the tower, Alfino, Alice, Estinian and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. The trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... The final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fushino. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you. Please, you must help them. Oh, so return to Garlemald first and foremost. Interesting. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was the first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. Will do. Okay, to Garlemald we go. I'll be sure to let Thancred and Ishtola know you're back. At least they're still responding to their link pearls. Pains me to send you off alone into unknown peril after you've only just returned, but 12 willing, you won't be alone for long. Do I want to prepare? I mean, there isn't really anything that I could do realistically, I think. I mean, I could sort my inventory, I guess. Yeah, I could... Let's see here. So these are things that I thought... Wait, why did I keep these? Why did I keep them? Oh, right, because they were the only things that might... Okay, wait. Let's put the weapon coffers all in one place, I think. Maybe I'll switch them so that they're just better. Let's actually do this. I mean, not that it makes much of a difference, but because there's only going to be one more, right? And then we can put these as well to here, meaning that I can then put the next ones down here. And I'll take these. I mean, technically I have to keep all of these, right? Because I might want to have them for leveling. Then again, do I? I mean, it might be beneficial. This one's... hard to tell, really. Nah, whatever. I don't care. I'm gonna go for the story. I can sort out my gear once I'm max leveling through the story. Let's go to Camp Broken Glass. Let's see what's going on here. Oh boy. That sounds ominous indeed. Now the tower... Look at this! Now the tower looks even more ridiculous with this background. I should actually take a screenshot of this now that I think about it. This looks... holy hell. I mean, yeah, it literally looks like hell, doesn't it? Let's see what this is then. And not for a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, our fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. How many more sample cutscenes are there going to be in this expansion? This is... I think this is a new record, right? This is already, I think, the third time that they said this. And usually this happens only sort of once during an expansion and then a couple more times during the, patches. Yeah, progress will be saved at certain points. Let's do this. Whatever this will be about. Earlier on the Magna Glacius. That pronunciation is really, really cool. Magna Glacius. Yeah, that really doesn't look good. This is from the launch trailer, by the way. I didn't notice that this was in Garlemald.
No.
Because they,
No. We were promised an escape. Not the same room we fled.
Wow.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
Yeah, that will help.
Come, we must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Such a cool action.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Well, they seem to handle their own very well.
As you wish, my little lord.
Great callback. Ooh, are we playing as Elfino? I didn't expect that, because we are here. God, this music's always so... It's just really good. This is my first time playing a Sage, actually. I mean, obviously it's only gonna be like a small version of it.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Alright, wait a second.
Help is at hand.
Target's HP restore. So this is a stronger one? Oh, it's got a recast, alright. Let's see, AoE one. That is the barrier one. Single target barrier though. Damage spell. Dot. And that's, alright. That's actually a bit more intricate than the usual things. Good. Alright, that's gonna actually take a minute.
Leave it to me.
Because they're, like, the way they're put on the taskbar is a bit weird. It's not at all how I usually have them. Oh, I want whoopsie. Oh, that's so cool what they do in the background. God.
Those who can stand, come with me.
That's so cool. Fortuno is healing there. Estin is fighting there. We need more eyes to...
Easy now.
We.
Deep breaths.
Why did I say we? I need more eyes to see what's going on. Look at the background.
You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself, boy.
Oh, Stin is gonna help. Ooh, what's that thing? Come here. Wait, do I have a hop? No, I don't, right? Wait, that's the AoE, right? Good. I think I don't actually have a hot, correct? Is it constantly targeting? Oh, all of them are targeting us, I think. Sinian is actually taking quite a lot of damage here. Ah! That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to... It's also interesting, the... I think the hot has actually an even shorter cast time than the normal GCD.
They fight hard, but not hard enough.
That's so with Sage. How often does it hit him? Oh hell! Oh, whoops. Alright. You actually have to keep quite a bit of attention on this Indian in order to heal him. That's pretty cool. They definitely upped the challenge of the single-player duties, which I really, really like to see. I mean, they're still obviously not hard per se, but it's just cool to see that they're actually willing to, you know, make them a bit harder than what they were before.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
What the hell are these things? I've never seen it really walk.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
There you are. So they're helping as well.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
It's really great to see.
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better!
We have a new ally,
For
it seems.
Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
That's so great to see.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Did she LB3 again?
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
You didn't do that already?
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
So now we're Alizé? Of course. Nice. So I guess I can get at least a bit of a feel for how they've changed Red Mage, maybe? Or maybe not. Alright, so these should be fairly straightforward. That's the normal... Oh, they've actually put all 5 things into one thing, alright? And this is your whole... Holy shit, this is your whole melee combo. I think, so, yeah, this is just on a cooldown, that's cool. That's your AoE. Then you can heal yourself and make them stronger, and then obviously she has an LB. So, I mean, wouldn't I just use the... Oh, that's around me, alright. Fair enough. Her AoE is actually really strong. Why do we even have the other skills if we're only AoEing? So far, so good. I think you are expected to sort of heal yourself as well, though, right? Kinda does seem to be the case. And Graha is healing as well, though.
I'm fine.
This is literally your entire combo packed into one skill thingy here. That is quite interesting how they've done that. Can I just start with the other one as well? No, that actually resets the first one. Okay. I mean, I don't know. It's a bit boring pressing the same button the whole time. Guess we're rotating. Yeah.
I'm not done yet.
When are we getting the LB? I want an LB. It's a bit strange to actually having,
to worry about.
You know, all of the... Oh, wait, which one started first? All of them, I guess?
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Does it? Oh, there's gonna be a couple of them. Oh, this is literally like with Ruby Weapon, where they also explode after impact. That's really cool.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Bye-bye. Oh wait, is that some sort... That's a single target Red Mage LB. What the hell? Oh, I think that's actually the new skill, right? They've just incorporated that as sort of an LB in this duty. That's cool.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
I wonder where the ether goes. I have a feeling that somehow we're gonna bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Purusha? That's how that's called, alright.
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Ah, the trailer scene. Or, you know, something similar. And there we are! Or not, I guess it's Graha. So Graha's now the paladin from the trailer.
Get out of here! Quickly!
I thought for sure they're gonna bring us into the picture.
Lose them. Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less.
Sure, that's the important bit to focus on right now.
You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of him as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Is that us? Or is Xenos playing tricks again? Why are we strolling so nonchalantly, you know? What are these answers? I'm back! You've done well in my absence.
I can look after myself, you know.
Interesting twist on the trailer.
Everything's in order, I trust?
Well, I mean, I guess so. We'll have to talk about the more important bits later, but I think this problem demands attention first.
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Sure, Graha. Wait, what? Sometimes it doesn't really activate the buff. I'm still figuring out, you think? Maybe you're only meant to... Was that the AoE? Maybe you're only meant to summon... Bahamut sort of 2 GCDs after you start?
Just the beginning.
This thing does rather a lot more quickly than the other one. Knockback. What comes now? Whoa! There's this weird thing.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Wave of loathing. We must keep the beasts at bay. I wish they'd actually voiced all of it, but I guess not that big of a deal. Mutable laws. Let's see what it does. Because what is this? Oh, they shrink, alright. Oh. That's a very cool fight as well.
Leave the healing to me.
So far, very cool fight. And a very cool sort of duty in and of itself. Oh wait. What?
Where were we?
That's actually not so easy to do. Like, I mean, I did it more on accident. That's quite interesting to, you know, get knocked back in the direction of where they are sort of not at that time. Or rather, where they change position like that. It's really, really interesting. Should be dead, yeah. Nice. This was really, really cool. And actually fairly long, right? As like a duty. They've also, I think, they've definitely stretched them out a lot longer. I mean, they started with that in Shadowbringers as well, but it's just very cool to see. It's just such an epic moment to have it like this.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Why are we... I thought they were going to use the teleporter, or are they flying to the tower?
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
Couldn't we maybe hide in Labyrinthos for the time being?
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
I mean, where else would they go, to be honest?
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more. Short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Father-son bonding moment.
Behind you! Just there!
These things look so weird.
More of them.
I don't believe it! What the fuck?
Xenos! Here!
I knew he was gonna come to our side. Well, I obviously have no idea. What the hell?
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Well, well, well. We meet again.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Don't tell me that Xenos is gonna say, "Oh, I've discovered there's an even more fearsome and, despair-bringing, universe-wide spanning being. And now we, compared to that, are nothing. So that's why he's looking for it, or what?"
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
So I will gonna help you. Just so that we can have our rematch. Or is that truly the way we're doing this?
Before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Okay.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
I still don't get Xenos.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
No, I don't think he would be happier then.
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous.
Wow. I wouldn't have expected Xenos to deliver a speech like this. Once again.
How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy.
It's interesting how they're bringing this around with Xenos now sort of being the one to apparently, you know, follow the same... That is, like, again, one of these brilliant twists that you would have never expected, but obviously makes sense in retrospect. That Xenos has been, like, all along, Xenos has been the one, from the very beginning, who's asked the question, why? What is the purpose of all this? While we were just fighting because we had to, because we wanted people to survive, because, you know, we just, I guess, well, did we really want to end violence? Because we sure as hell went to every battle opportunity that presented itself, didn't we? And while all of them were sort of, you know, I guess on the good side from morale's perspective, well, were they though? With everything we know now? I mean, a lot of the time, at least seemingly, we didn't really have a choice. But yeah, Xenos from the very beginning sort of has been the one who just asked why. What am I even doing here? What is the only thing that, or what is the thing that it would be worth living for?
And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
Ouch.
You are a blight on the Garlean race. And there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
He just goes.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
True.
You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Just strolling away. And we still don't know who or what he actually is. Is he really just an unsundered artificially produced unsundered, or how does that work exactly?
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being.
Because it is a very interesting thing to think about, right? I mean, in a way, Xenos, he is incredibly strong. Essentially, again, at least from what I sort of suspect, or what we might know about him, he definitely could be equal to an unsundered in terms of strength. And much like them, he doesn't really serve any kind of purpose. I mean, he's so far above and beyond in terms of strength compared to everyone except us, really. But that's also, I think, only because we sort of have this connection. Clearly we have spells on us like the Blessing of Light that have been put there by Venat and unsundered as well, right? And not only that, by a Venat that had become the heart of a primal that she herself somehow summoned. So, I mean, we have a slight edge, I think, is what I'm saying here. But I guess for everybody else, Xenos is really... He could have probably just killed Fandaniel if he wanted to. He just didn't care, because it was so beneath him. And, that might be... Overall, as sort of concept for a character, it might not be great, although I suspect there's going to be a lot more to come in terms of, for his character and for what role he's going to play. But, I can sort of understand it. Imagine if you were, if you were able to get everything you wanted, ever. Wouldn't it be boring at some point as well? I don't really know. So it's definitely interesting.
There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
And I also wonder whether or not Xenos maybe has some ulterior motive, some other goal.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
I mean, did they really do that? That the final days are coming here, they couldn't know that. And also, it's not their fault, right? Or I guess he just wants to
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned.
He just wants to apologize that Charlian didn't intervene earlier? Yes.
If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
We still haven't explained to them that we've been 12,000 years in the past, right?
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
That left him speechless for once. Well, well, well. That was quite a thing, wasn't it? And again, something that I didn't expect with Xenos suddenly appearing there and then just walking away. I wonder what else is going to happen. Alright. Sorry, but, you know, these... What's it called? Marzipan? Things have been lying here the whole time. How do you even open that? Ugh. Hope that's not too loud. I want to eat one of them. I don't know if you can tell that I haven't really eaten in 2 days, but yeah, I'm really hungry. Or I guess at this point it's more appetite than hunger, but it's quite good. And I still wonder where this is going to go. What are we doing next? It's really been such an unexpected journey so far. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the First turned up. Though there'll be time later to discuss your journey to the First, there's one thing I must ask. It's cute that they still think I've only been to the First. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? Lena and Becklu both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they would express such similar sentiments, identical in fact, but their advice is duly noted. This is the contingent base of operation, I take it? At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. That the final days should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be hopeful. It's been a while since last we spoke. For some time I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. Aw, that's really kind. To see Zeno standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I know what came over me. Don't know. Just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Yeah, I don't know about that, I'll say. I think he actually might take those words to heart. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Bam! Level 89, and once again, I'm exactly one level over the main quest. Which is not at all what I planned, but then again, not a big deal either.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Yeah, well, of course.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Not. I agree.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Yeah. Maybe we should actually try talking about these things, you know? That we can finally do or work on the same thing, everybody together.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
We never did that in the first place. We always just wanted to know what the hell they were up to.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it.
That's a rather big compliment. There's not a lot of people who
Very
can say
well.
that about themselves.
I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Again, it wasn't really only to the first Graha, but, you know. I can tell you all about it.
Did you hear something just now?
Oh. What? Ooh. What's going on with you? Yeah, I guess now we know why she's called Pudding Way, or he.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Wait, did you take the teleporter down, or where the hell are you coming from?
Dawn may banish.
Oh.
Even the darkest night.
I should have known.
And
Sorry,
to this
Oriange.
bitter climb bring warmth and comfort. Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
What an
yes,
entrance.
But what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Poor Oriange.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're kind of preoccupied here.
It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Don't you have a spaceship to prepare?
Says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is probably not the place when you want to look for the marvelous features of Etheris, but
and it's
alright.
not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
That's also true. I mean, probably there's not going to be an Etheris left after a while.
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more. Hey, maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom. Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
Duly noted. Hey, by the way, why is Pudding Way craving so much pudding anyway? When did they ever eat pudding in the past? Or maybe they read about it?
From Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it?
What was Vinod thinking, by the way, when she created these things? I mean, not that I'm complaining, it's just...
You've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
You know that...
But are they...
Yeah. These are the beings you worked together with for the last 270 years. Also the one that's looking for pudding, by the way.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you?
Hail, fellow! Well met! You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydelin's right paw! That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
Oh, he's very
as you
calm
have surmised,
and collected.
Preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
Putting way in the background.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May the disciples banish this darkest of nights. Sometimes the simple words are the ones that we need. Good to have you back. Oh, good. Good to have you back. Didn't you read that at first?
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Yeah.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Putting way the whole time in the background, just desperately looking for pudding. Oh man. There we are. Back in I just love it. I can't get over this city. Look at this. The sun going down behind the statue of Thalia. I can't wait to just hang out here once the star is finally saved, I guess. Did you stand here before? Don't know if you... Gazing out upon the ocean like this sets my adventurous spirit ablaze. Myriad wonders are simply waiting to be discovered. Why not venture forth and find them? And also with the lights and the... Oh, such a beautiful place. I dare say Master Fortuno was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As you will soon discover, they have much more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Yeah, please, we should probably talk about that, because it's kind of a big deal, and kind of important for everything else that we're gonna do. So, yeah, let us do that. I can probably unlock the next hunt thingy? Or maybe not. I guess that's level 90 then? A hunt for the ages. Oh. Or maybe it's after this quest then. Right, because there's probably going to be hunts for Elpis, and... Well, then again... Oh, Endwalker. That's probably the title you'll get from finishing the main scenario quest, I suspect. Was it in Shadowbringers as well? Yeah, it was called Shadowbringer, right? Ooh. There are new side quests here. It does seem only 2 of them though. That's interesting. I mean, let's do them quickly. If it's only 2 side quests, it won't be too long, I think. Mysterious Maiden. Okay. Secret in the box. You are the Warrior of Light, are you not? I've been looking for you. I'm an adventurer too, and I've been tasked with delivering this letter and box to you. Though I can't say who sent them, rest assured that my client means you no ill. My work is done, so I'll leave you to it, but I suggest you start by reading the letter. That is interesting. The box is locked tight. Oh, the letter's next to it. There is a gift for you in the box, if you can open it. To do so, you must acquire 3 keys, the keepers of which are somewhere in Charlium. Solve the following riddles to find them, and do try to have fun. This is a game, after all. Okay. Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze. By young minds inquiring in new trails blaze. Yet the mind as a muscle, in rest it doth grow, so that all embraces slumber the better to know. It's quite long. By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait, clutching a prize his hunger to sate. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Blessed by the nymphi, a keeper doth stand, enthralled in a tale, a book in his hand. Yet evocative as letters on parchment may be, 'tis words said and heard which impel destiny. Find the 3 keepers by using the hints in the letter. You may review the letter in your inventory. That's a very interesting quest. Gonna get right on that. But there was one other side quest here, yeah. I do think it's only these 2. I feel like that's gonna be really interesting to solve that riddle. It didn't seem too complicated, but I definitely didn't catch anything at first. For the love of pudding. Oh god! Ah, you're with the students of Pedestrian, aren't you? Please, I need your help. As you may recall, some cute, chatty little rabbits were here with your people the other day. Well, one of them, a fellow named Puddingway, later came asking for, pudding. Unfortunately, we didn't have the money for it. Oh, Instead of paying, the boss suggested having him help around the place. The problem is he doesn't seem to understand how things work. Must be very different where they come from. Anyway, if you have a moment, do you think could you accompany Puddingway on his errand? It's nothing complicated, just collecting the items on this list. Well, I can't offer much. There'll be a little something in it for your troubles. Probably pudding. Puddingway, what have you done? Where are you? Oh, there you are. What's going on? Oh, if it isn't you. You've come at the perfect time to lend an ear to my woes. Ever since Orionji told me about it, it has been my dream to taste the pudding of the star. Alas, that dream has been dashed. My quest for gastronomic pleasure thwarted. And by what? Something silly called Gil. I had heard about this Gil before coming here, but who'd have thought I'd needed to eat pudding? So my heart's desire must forever go unfulfilled. Oh. Truly, I get to eat pudding, and all I need to do is fetch these things with you? I'll do it. For the love of Heidelin, I'll do it. That's a metal mold, some Delmont Fellow's cookbook, and a bottle of Yakko milk that we need. Yes, let's hop to it. You want to review what we need, and I'll read the list back to you. Let's see here. A metal mold from the Agora, some Delmont Fellow's cookbook from Numenon, and a bottle of Yakko milk from Harlesund at the Peristyle. That's everything. Sure. You think we can actually visit some other places with Puddingway? Wait, did I run past something? Oh, it's here. Ah, I know you. I've talked to you before. From the last stand, are you? I heard they'd be sending someone. Here's the Yakko milk. Thank you. I can't wait for it to become delicious pudding. Ah, so that's what it's for. The milk's freshly squeezed, so I dare say it'll make a fine treat. Yeah, I wonder. I don't necessarily think that there is some extra talking points with Puddingway. I mean, it doesn't look like it, right? That there would be any other ones, like any of the blue circles. What can I help you and your little bunny friend with? We need a metal mold, something suitable for the making of delicious pudding. Do you have any? I do, as a matter of fact. This is for the last stand, I take it. I'll go ahead and put it on your account. Thanks for your custom. And then we need to go to Numenon now. What are you guys up doing up there? Why is a ancient Namazu trying to clean the market board? Okay, sure. I mean, at least they keep it clean. This way, right? That's still something I need to get used to, that you have to go down here and then up the hill, rather than just north. Where do we have to go? Is it exactly in front of the library, or is it somewhere, someplace else? Might be... let's see. Maybe... Might also be in the library, come to think of it. Yeah, there it is, in the background. The very important book about pudding. Are you looking for the pudding book as well? Maybe he is. Copy of Delamain's cookbook. Ah, I think this is the cookbook we're looking for. The note says it's already checked out for us, so all we need to do is scrap it and bring it back. Time for delicious pudding. And then I'll be strong enough and, you know, the pudding will help me solve those 3 riddles for the other side quest. You know what? These 2 are actually really cool and cute side quests. Again, I sort of wish... Not that I mind. I mean, there are a lot of really cool and unique and really exciting side quests. Or, well, not really exciting, but certainly, you know, side quests that are just very interesting to do and have uniqueness to them. But unfortunately, you know, it's only about, I would say, maybe a third or half of them. And these are a lot more special, right? Actually getting pudding together with Pudding Way, for example, like, that's so much better than a lot of the other side quests. It's just a really funny idea and just really cool that they do that, right? Much like the fact that you get to know what happens with the little baby that got, you know, where the mother and the father essentially sacrificed themselves to rescue it. It's just really cool of those things. I'm sorry. Oh God, why am I getting tired? It's just really cool to see those things continue, right? Instead of just not being addressed again. Those are the best side quests. How did it go? Were you able to obtain everything? Indeed we were. Wonderful. I set about making pudding at once. Not just any pudding either, but the famous rainbow pudding, born of the brilliant culinary mind of the legendary master Delamont. This little one has wanted to try pudding so badly, it's only right that we serve him the very best. As for your good self, this isn't much, but please accept this as payment for your troubles. I want pudding as well. Why do I get a soup? I want pudding. At long last, the pudding of the star. Can already taste it. So much better than Urianger's lackluster offerings. What did Urianger do? Did he try to cook pudding or what? Thank you ever so much. Because of you, not only do I get to eat pudding, I've learned a thing or two about their making to boot. As surely as my name is Pudding Way, I'll endeavor to learn as much about this toothsome treat as I can. And one day you'll be the master of pudding making. Okay, back to the other quest. It's this one, right? Okay. Let's do the first riddle. Towards wisdom aspiring, the keeper doth gaze. So the keeper is the person that has the key, right? Towards wisdom aspiring. So that could be maybe towards the library? Or probably towards the studium, right? So he's looking towards the studium. By young minds inquiring and new trails blazed. Young minds inquiring? Yeah, that's just the second reference to the studium, right? New trails blazed? I'm not entirely sure. Yet the mind is a muscle, in rest it doth grow. So let all embrace slumber, the better to know. Wouldn't that hint towards the, wouldn't that hint towards where we are taking our naps? So somebody close to the annex? Looking in the direction of the studio? Is that really it? Let's see. Maybe we can see a person here. I mean, surely it's not somebody in here, right? No. I mean, might as well be behind it, but The studium's up there. Yeah, honestly, or still in chat, right? Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze. By young minds inquiring, and new trails. What does new trails blazed mean in this context? Yet the mind is a muscle, in rest it doth grow. So let all embrace slumber, the better to know. Maybe I'm missing the point with the rest in the slumber? It's a little bit confusing that apparently somebody's actually... I wonder if the keepers are just looking towards the place, or are they in the vicinity of it? But is there a way to... What's with the slumber? In all my years, I never anticipated a great exodus away from our fair star. 'Tis a more delicious twist than any plot I could have devised. Perhaps reality is, in fact, sometimes more fascinating than fiction. I mean, this game is certainly more fascinating than any other fiction. But I mean, the riddle makes it sound like somebody's just literally gazing. Puddingway, what are you doing here? What? Puddingway is now literally studying books about pudding? I have come to the studium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet. But I persevere. But I mean, I can look at the map, but so maybe it's this thing because it's called the Silent something. Maybe that's what's meant with the rest. Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze, by young minds inquiring, and new trails blaze. What about these new trails blaze, though? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Wait, where did I want to go? Alright, this one. I mean, maybe him? Here at the Silent Monopterus, some patrons quietly read their books, while others like myself lose themselves in soundless meditation, until they are rudely torn from their reveries by noisy adventurers with nothing to say. Yeah, I was looking for a key. Do you mind? I need to submit a written report on this book, and I've barely even scratched the cover. I don't know. Am I missing something? Maybe I should try the second riddle first. Maybe that would help me find out what the fuck is going on. Oh, why am I getting so tired all of a sudden? I guess it's because of work yesterday, probably. Oh. Maybe as an exception today, I should make myself a third cup of coffee. Alright, let's see. By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait, clutching a prize, his hunger to sate. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden-hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Oh god, I have a feeling that's in reference to something that I just don't know. Or rather the word, I wouldn't know the word. By life ever flowing, that could be the river, or a Thaliac statue. A keeper doth wait, clutching a prize, his hunger to sate. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Honestly, these riddles are quite hard. And I also have a feeling that I might even, miss something, because, well, obviously English is not my first language, but then again, would that really make a difference? I mean, it could also be by the statue, right? I mean, to be quite honest, the river's pretty long, so... And there are two of them. Let's maybe go to the statue. If I could find one of them, maybe I'll, see what my... what my problem is with the other two. Although, it's not you, is it? The statue of Thaliak is just past this door against. Oh, yeah, I talked to you before. It's probably not here, right? There's nobody here. It's also interesting. It's just quite loud. Although again, that's actually what it would sound like in real life. Waterfalls are very, very loud. What was the riddle? Wait, let's... What does blessed by the Nymphae actually mean? By life ever flowing, a keeper doth stand, clutching a prize his hunger to say it doth wait. Yet no prize is so coveted as once golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Yeah, to be honest, that's actually pretty hard to solve. Golden hued. I mean, I could take a look at the other river, I guess? I mean, I can't go down there anyway, I think, so... I'm not entirely sure what that means exactly. But the life that's flowing by, it could only really be a river, right? That is weird. I mean, I also don't really know what I'm looking for just yet. Because maybe it's actually not a person, right? It could be something else entirely. Just made it sound like it was a person or something. But there doesn't seem to be anybody close to the river. This is quite the conundrum, isn't it? I just noticed that there's also quite a lot of people that are just moving around here. Wait! Why do you look so identical to the Astrologian trainer? Not exactly identical, but definitely very, very close. I mean, again, the problem is that I haven't really gotten any kind of hints that really help me. Like, I haven't really solved any of the hints in the riddles, right? So that's sort of my problem here, is that I don't really know where to begin at all. Yeah, and then there's the problem that I don't really know. I mean, do you think that it sparkles, or maybe... He has got a book in hand, but I think he was here before, wasn't he? Aha. That you've sought me out means you've read the... Oh, of course, that's the last one, right? I'm an idiot. Blessed by the Nymphi. I knew that that meant something, but yeah, obviously that's water. A keeper does stand enthralled in a tale book in his hand. Or, well, that's pretty self-explanatory. Yet evocative as letters on parchment may be, 'tis words said and heard which impel destiny. I guess the last two sentences aren't really even a hint towards where they are. Of all our master's pupils, your comrade is the least poetic by far, but that's never stopped him from trying to woo the ladies with song. He truly is hopeless. Still, it's good to see him hale and whole. From what Master tells us, he's been through a lot. The next time you see him, do pass along my regards, and here of course is your key. What the hell were you talking about? You saw of all our master's pupils, your comrade is the least poetic by far. Good to see him hale and whole. Okay. Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze, by young minds inquiring in new trails ablaze. Yet the mind is a muscle, and rest it doth grow, so let all embrace slumber the better to know. I don't really know if the last two sentences are just there for flavor. Maybe I'm actually looking for somebody in the studio? By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait. Clutching a prize his hunger to sate. Maybe that prize is something to eat? Could be at the last stand, maybe? I mean, this was definitely the last one. It's also fairly easy to figure out, to be honest. Oh, that's one of the mammoths. I was wondering what that dude on the bench over there was doing. But that's a mammoth before him, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wonder... With the hint about the knowledge, right? I mean... Kinda has to be the studio, right? Although it only mentions somebody looking towards it. But maybe it's meant to actually be in there? I mean, thankfully there aren't that many NPCs around. It's not like I have to do like a million things or look at a million places. Because I suspect that it is going to be, you know, an NPC. Go up here. Yes, I can. I think I already talked to you, right? As you can doubtless imagine, we have been debating the Great Exodus a lot of late. There are a good number here in favor of it, but I'm still not quite sure where I stand on the matter. Or it would be quite literally in the studio. I mean, that would make sense as well, I think. Maybe. Although, are you looking towards the place of learning then, or Phenomenon is something of a multi-purpose facility used by lecturers and craftsmen alike. If you're looking for learner's meet, it's through the last door on the left. Yeah, I don't know if it would be any of these people. Everyone's talking about the Exodus, but no one is saying just how we are supposed to evacuate or when. I may as well focus on my studies, if only my sluggard of a friend would do the same. Well, you certainly have your priorities, right? Probably won't be some of the NPCs that I've done side quests for either, right? My fairest of ladies, would you believe today I espied someone even fairer than you? Why, none other than she whose visage you share. I can die this day happy. Sure. Alright, let me take a short break and, you know, wake up a bit, and then I think I'll be ready to solve the riddles. Be right back. Okay, hopefully I'm a bit more awake now. Oh, I don't know why that sort of overcame me, but, you know, splashed some water in my face, have the windows open, even though it's bitter cold outside, but definitely, I think I just need a bit more air, right? Bit more oxygen. Alright. So let's try to figure out the first two riddles. So the one blessed by the nymphoid, the third one, I already have. Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze, by young minds inquiring, and new trails blazed. Yeah, the problem is that that description doesn't really fit anybody here, right? I mean, towards wisdom aspiring, that technically should either mean the studium or the library, right? That's where you acquire wisdom. It can't be the forum or anything to that extent. Towards wisdom, a keeper doth give. By young minds inquiring and new trails blazed. I mean, new trails blazed, that could also be a reference to doing experience of some kind. And then again, wouldn't all of that sort of fit the studium? That's definitely, I think, the first thing you would think of. Yet the mind is a muscle, and rest as it doth grow, so let all embrace slumber, the better to know. Maybe that's a hint towards who we're supposed to look for, right? Like the hint with the one holding a book. So maybe we're supposed to be looking for somebody who's sleeping? Or at least, you know, napping? And then again, I don't think there's anybody here who would fit this particular description. I mean, it could also be outside, right? There could also be a place. I'm not quite sure. Maybe there's like a bench of some sort somewhere. And these people are all just thinking. These are just the different quests. I mean, this is... I don't think it's in here, at least not to the side where the quests are, right? I don't think that would be the case. I've already talked to you. And there's nobody else here. Yeah, I very much think that whoever this is in reference to is probably somebody who's taking a nap close to the studio, maybe? Did I ever look back here? See, there's a bench here. There's just got nobody on it. Oh, that's unfortunate. This is a pretty beautiful sight, isn't it? Feels continuing. Oh god, Charlian is so beautiful. I wish we could explore more of the island, even if there was, you know, nothing really there, but just to be able to see, and I don't know, would be really, really cool. Sometimes I wish, you know, but that's, by the way, that's sort of true for all games ever. You know, the games that you like the most, you always wish that they would just, you know, start to continue the game. That they would, I guess in a way, The Witcher 3 actually did that, right? Because they, with the first DLC, what they did is they just expanded the world to the northeast. Now that I think about it, yeah, that's actually rather interesting, right? Because a lot of other games, Elder Scrolls, for example, most of what they do with their DLCs is usually like a separate map. So it's still something new, obviously, but it's the same with the second Witcher DLC, right? It's still cool, it's still technically an expansion of the world, but sometimes I wish that there would be like a DLC or something that literally just expanded the space that was already there, right? So literally, in this case, just take Charlian that we currently have and just, you know, expand it like half a kilometer in every direction. You know, and do that over the course of multiple years, and you have like a huge city, right? I mean, obviously, that would be problematic from a technical standpoint. I get that, right? But just the idea is really cool. The exodus was not ordered without grave consideration, I'm sure. Still, I can't help but wonder what will become of these books. Would hate to see them left here without a keeper. Well, I mean, I do hope that they take them with us to the moon. That would be a bit of a dumb thing to not, you know, use these books. All this Exodus nonsense is getting in the way of my research. If you wish to spur me to action, explain clearly what the fine lace are and the reasoning behind our supposedly necessary flight. Yeah, I don't really know. I wouldn't know where to look for a napping person, though. I do wish those criticizing the Great Exodus would reconsider their views. Unless something changes drastically, then we're going to have no choice but to go ahead with it. But I mean, I've already been to this other pavilion down there, right? And there wasn't anybody sort of sleeping? Or maybe it is the person on the bench? I mean, it does... Wait, the guy with the book next to the fountains, that close to the forum. I think he was here before, wasn't he? Pretty sure that I talked to him before this quest began. So maybe this is literally... Huh. What about you? That's my friend over there, staring out at the ocean. They always get like this when they start thinking about something. Meanwhile, I'm left here to pass the time until their train of thought finally rolls into the station. Ooh, I haven't seen this either. That looks cool. Like small sort of stone beach here? That's rather unusual for video games or entertainment media in general. Beaches are... I think there's actually quite a lot of sort of stone beaches in reality, much like most deserts are actually sort of stone deserts and not sand deserts. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how that's, you know, how that compares to beaches, but there's still, you know, certainly quite a lot of places like these where there's, you know, small pebbles and that kind of stuff instead of sand. It's actually quite cool seeing that realized in a game. I'm simply famished that I can't... Yeah, I mean, if you think about food like, you know, like that for far too long most of the time, then obviously... Sleepy student. Well, that sounds like somebody who might belong to this quest. I worked on a report all night, and it's all I can do not to doze off in class. I thought the fresh air might help to wake me up. Okay, well, maybe not. Well, now I'm confused. There's always a bit of a problem when there's like NPCs or sort of things that look like the quest objective but actually aren't. After the announcement of the upcoming Exodus, I decided to examine the various doomsday theories that exist around the world and made the most troubling discovery in the process. What's that? You're not here for my lecture. Actually, I'm looking for a person who's napping? Or something similar. I mean, again, it's a bit hard to decipher if they're, like, are they close to the studium? Are they looking towards the studium? I talked to you as well, didn't I? Yeah. The hints... Either I'm really not understanding them correctly for some reason, or this small pond is also quite nice. Or they're just not good hints. Honestly, not a word. But there isn't... I don't know, the napping rooms would be here, right? And... let's go to the other one as well. By life ever flowing, the keeper doth wait, clutching a prize his hunger to save. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Wait, what is golden, and when you mention it, it's not thought to be rude? I mean, life ever flowing, that because there is so much water here, can really realistically only mean the statue. So maybe it's in the cafe, since they're also talking about what was it? His hunger to save with a price. Is there maybe a meal that's called golden something that this might be about? Although, I mean, the statue is still quite far away from here, right? Evacuating the star completely is a Charlian solution if I've ever seen one. Yes, I say we'll leave the warmongers behind to fight it out while we seek out new worlds to colonize. 'Tis folly to engage the senseless violence of these final days. Forum has announced some grand exodus, but I fear I'm a touch ignorant when it comes to recent developments. Are these final days truly so terrible that we need to flee the star itself? I mean, sitting here, yeah, you would ask yourself that, right? I mean, doesn't seem too bad here. The cleaners have been awfully tight-lipped about their tasks in recent days, but now that the Forum has announced this great exodus, I finally understand why. The Telefroi were defeated. It said so in the article I just read, and yet the Forum means to go through with the exodus anyway. Final days must be more serious than I realized. Why do you think are they called the final days? Just for, you know, I don't know, happiness? The world might be in a sorry state, but even so, I always find peace coming here and having some Zurich with my sweetheart. I mean, I could just try literally talking to everybody. I work in the offices of the Forum itself, and yet this is the first I'm hearing of any exodus. Considering the enormity of the undertaking, of course, I could hardly expect them to confide in a simple desk clerk. Yeah, I really don't know about this quest. So she's talking about falling in the water, right? Yeah, maybe it's something over here. Again, I honestly don't know what they mean with these hints. We took on such cargo as to make travel a beastly challenge. Captain's orders, not mine, mind you. Indeed, this exodus has put quite a strain on our industry. I mean, there's nobody here either. What am I missing? It's maybe got to do with... with the specific place, maybe? Oh, I just realized. So this pavilion is meant for debate, and this is meant for reading. That's why they're called the silent and the speaking. Huh. It's quite clever. It doesn't help me in any way, but yeah, it's cool. I mean, that's always kind of a struggle with these, you know, quests like these. If they make it too easy, then it's boring. But in this case, I feel like, you're one of those scions, yes? I'm still reeling to learn of our imminent exodus into the great expanse, but I'll not ignore the pleas of inquiring minds. You have a question? Alright, it's the person who's just... I mean, again, the places that I thought could be what they meant are definitely somewhere else. Ooh, wait, there's a sightseeing book here? I didn't know that. Seriously. Number 2? Didn't I already have a sightseeing log for the statue, or is this a different one? Scholar's Harbor. Although known for its distinctively curving piers, the most prominent feature of the city's port is without a doubt the towering statue of Thaliak. Shalion's patron deity faces out towards the water, his eternal gaze watching over every vessel which arrives and departs by sea. The waves are looking nice and calm. Accidents around here are rare, but it pays to remain vigilant. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea where there is supposed to be. Another exodus is upon us already. Why, I still vividly recall the first one. I just joined Worldly Affairs and the department was quite busy, and that was merely movement across borders. One can only imagine the chaos that will ensue from an exodus to another star. Ensue, not ensure. I don't think it's you. The shape of the port keeps any large ships from coming in, and yeah, I've already read that. Yeah, as I said, right, if they make quest objectives like this too easy, then obviously it's, you know, it's a bit boring. It's kind of pointless, right? If you do a quest like this, do it properly, make them challenging. But then, at the same time, I feel like, you know, then you have to make your hints really, really good. And I don't know. Again, maybe I'm just missing something really, really obvious. Can I still read them, or do I have to... Probably want to read the letter again. Towards wisdom aspiring, the keeper doth gaze. By young minds inquiring, new trails of them. What's this about young minds? With the mind as a muscle, in rest does it grow, so it owned by some, but the better to know. By life ever flowing, the keeper doth wait, clutching a prize, his hunger to sate, yet no prize is so coveted as one's golden hued. This is... The problem is, I don't really have any kind of starting point, right? Apparently my idea of close to the studium wasn't correct either. We're getting even more shipments than usual of late, presumably in preparation for the Great Exodus. I can scarcely keep up with it all. I think the servers, or at least this instance, are getting quite full, because the NPCs are already behaving in weird ways again. For some reason they have this, I don't know, I guess it's because the instance is fairly full, that they turn around, but maybe, I guess they, like, the server hasn't registered that they did that, or the client didn't register, or something. And then they constantly try to keep moving further, and it just looks a bit weird. I mean, by life ever flowing could also mean simply a bridge. Although again, that's kind of a way too general thing. I've since discovered why they were unloading so much more cargo than usual. Turns out they were gathering supplies in preparation for the Great Exodus. Would that the forum had shared that information sooner. And I also think it's probably more likely that the quest objectives would be, you know, more to the outside of the city. Looking at the moon is also a different thing now, right? I wonder, like, are they removing the moon from the... Like, if we actually use it as a spaceship, are they removing it from the skybox in every area? That's a weird quest. I mean, couldn't really be here though, right? What does hint at, like, a living quarter? Seems like everyone's more than a little worried about this great exodus. Here's hoping it goes to plan. And then the first person, or the first riddle that I solved, makes this even a bit more strange. Because they were an NPC that had been there for a while, I think. And was, I don't know. Must we leave? I have a life here, not to mention my beautiful house. Aw. Just acquired a house. And that in Final Fantasy XIV, that's quite a feat, right? And now they have to leave it behind. Well, that's certainly unfortunate. But it won't be in a house either, right? That would be... With the advent of yet another exodus, I fear for the mental well-being of the citizenry. As such, 'tis imperative that we sages shift our focus from sharpening our skills to procuring any medical supplies we're able to. I mean, the problem is also that Charlian is quite big, and literally talking to every NPC here also does get quite confusing after a while. Because you might not remember who you already talked to and who you didn't. Oh, wait a second. This is the house that you can go into, apparently. Yeah, but still, I mean, I could either do it later or just look it up, or I don't know. I kind of want to do it now. Maybe it's here. I mean, there are definitely benches here. I don't think they would be standing in a group, though. I was just discussing the Exodus with my friends. Do you think they'll limit the amount of luggage we can take? I have so many beloved books I couldn't bear to leave behind. Can you enchant them or something? My mother told me never talk to strangers, so I'm ignoring you. See? Yeah. Cool. I mean, again, it could just be... Well, that's an actual player. What am I missing here? I've already talked to quite a few people, to be honest. And technically, the person standing at the fountain is already fairly close to the forum, right? So they probably... You would expect one person, like, if one person is here, essentially sort of in the middle. You would probably expect one person to be over here and the other person to be over here, right? So I've been pretty certain that I've pretty much talked to all the available NPCs down here. There might be some behind here that I haven't talked to. I'm also pretty certain that I talked to everybody here. It is quite the conundrum, isn't it? And again, I don't know, it would be weird if one of them was at the market. Because there's usually so many players there, but then again, maybe that's also something that they didn't really consider for this quest? This is the rostra where the forum convenes. What, do you wish for a tour? Then enter and speak with one in charge of such things. I've never actually been here just like this. You're with the Scions, yes? There's nothing more that I can tell you of the Great Exodus, save for what you heard at the Forum's proclamation. Pray be on your way. Yeah, you can literally go in here. Cool. There's actually a sightseeing spot here as well. It's quite a beautiful place, isn't it? The Forum. In order to accommodate the 99 members of the Forum, the seating in their assembly hall is arranged in the shape of a spiral. Viewed from above, one is reminded of the symbol emblazoned upon the Sharian flag, the nautilus shell that keeps the water of knowledge. Okay, interesting. It is quite a cool design, although it's also a bit weird since they're sitting very far apart. Where's this lead? I don't think that it's there either, right? I mean, technically, you wouldn't look for knowledge here. You wouldn't slumber here. You wouldn't try to sate your hunger here. There's nobody else here. I mean, this place I definitely haven't been to yet. In terms of talking to NPCs. But then again, I'm also missing two, right? You would have thought that I would have come by one by accident now? I guess not. What are you doing here? Why is there a napkin here? Could this napkin be one of the keepers? Perhaps you should review the letter. What? By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait, clutching a prize, his hunger to sate, so enough. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. What? Wait, what? So this is definitely part of the quest, correct? By life ever flowing, a keeper doth wait, clutching a prize his hunger to sate. How the hell would you ever know to look for a napkin? And again, it's close to a river, which there are two huge ones of. I don't know. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. That must be a hint towards a place close to here, maybe? Please don't tell me that I'm missing something, like having to, I don't know, click on it in a very specific way or something. I mean, it's clearly part of the quest, right? And the other quest objective also just worked, so... Am I doing something wrong? Doesn't seem like there is anything else close to the Nutkin. Why does it say review the letter, though? I don't get it. I don't think that they would put it, like, just ridiculously far away from any kind of other quest objective or something. That seems weird. I mean, technically these things are golden hued, but what was that about being rude as well? Oh, maybe I have to do something in front of it? Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Do I have to, like, say something specifically to it? Yeah. Wait, isn't that... That's an emote that you get somewhere else though, right? Do you have to say something specifically to it? No prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. And the problem is... Wouldn't that be in reference to maybe some kind of... English saying or something that I might not know? Wait a sec, I'm gonna close my windows real quick. You know, when I was closing the windows just now, one thing that I sort of realized, especially while I was working the last 2 days, is that a lot more people this year seem to have put up Christmas decorations, like in their windows, you know, glowing decorations and stuff. Christmas themed lights. Looks really, really sort of calming, I guess. Does remind you that it's actually, you know, very close to Christmas. With all that stuff going on about currently in the world. You know, it's actually a bit reassuring that that's still... You know, it seems like a lot more people have, you know, embraced sort of Christmas this year a bit more. Are they saying something here, or... Yeah, they're trying out emotes, but I have a feeling you're actually supposed to say something to it. Also, the other letter as well. I like the not the letter, the first. The first riddle might actually be that you have to like rest or doze in front of somebody. But this is definitely the second one, right? I mean, it just fits too perfectly. By life ever flowing, that's the river. Keeper doth wait, clutching a prize, his hunger to save. That's the nut. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. Is there something about like a golden nut or something? That... Is there a saying like that? Something with a golden nut? Golden acorn. That's not it though, right? Oh. Well, I would have never known that. Is that... Well done, my friend. From the tales I heard about you, I expected you'd find me in short order, and you did. Heard from who, you ask? Oh, just a man I admire. It was due to his influence that I decided to train under the same master. What joy to see him again after all these years. My disguise I chose because I felt it'd be a good match for him. Quite convincing, don't you think? Ah, but before I forget, here's your key. I'll let you get back to the game, but when you have a moment, I'd love to hear some of your tales. Golden acorn? Wait, let me Google that, actually. Okay, let's see. Golden acorn. I mean, I was suspecting that, but still. 1 second. I still haven't found anything about... Wait, maybe there's... Golden Acorn saying... How the hell are you supposed to know that? Golden Acorn quotes. The acorn is a symbol as old as the oak, going back to the various stories people shared. Golden acorn from Catherine Copper. Yeah, I actually don't know. This seems rather strange. How are you supposed to know that? I mean, again, maybe for a native English speaker. Or are you just supposed to literally tell it what it holds in its hand? That's weird. But for fuck's sake, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do at all. I hate it when... One sec, I have to really quickly, you know, talk to somebody. Alright, sorry. Yeah, I'm really not... See, this is what I mean with these quests. Like, what was I supposed to make of this? The hint, by life overflowing, alright, that's easy. That's the... But then again, it's still... It's still a bit annoying because there's so much river here. You wouldn't necessarily assume... Or you can't really assume where it's supposed to be, so that in and of itself is a bit annoying. Clutching a prize is hunger to say it. Alright, well, at least that's clear. You know, it's the Nutkin. Yet no prize is so coveted as one golden hued, the mention of which is never thought rude. So the mention of which was definitely a hint towards typing something on Say Chat. That, again... Alright. But then you're just simply... I guess you're supposed to just mention what it has in its hand with the word golden in front of it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that really makes much sense, to be honest. Towards wisdom aspiring, a keeper doth gaze. By young minds inquiring, and new trails blazed. Yet the mind is a muscle, and rest it doth grow, so that all embrace slumber, the better to know. So I think that's you having to do an emote, either doze or hug or something, towards a person that is gazing towards a place of wisdom. That is the place of wisdom. Interestingly enough, apparently these are all quite close together, maybe? But still, I mean, again, the problem is if a quest like this has like a stage, like the one that I just did, you know, you're kind of losing interest in it because it doesn't seem like it's riddles that you're actually able to solve by yourself. In a way. Although I have checked out these places, so I suspect... Would have to be someone sitting over there, maybe, looking towards this place? But then again, that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense either. And it would probably mention if it's somebody who... Like, it would... Just like with the Nutkin, it would probably say, hey, you know, you should probably review the letter. I don't know, do I want to continue this quest? It seems a bit... Oh man, I hate sort of having to resort to hints, but sometimes it's just... You know what, let me look it up. I don't think that it makes much sense either way, so... Let me see here. Charlene... Quest... Red... Secret in the Box quest. Alright, so the dose emote was actually correct, so I pretty much solved it myself, I just didn't find the NPC. Which... is supposed to be here? Let's see. Wait, what? I ran by that very place. So it is the sleepy student. I actually found the NPC and... See? This is what I mean. That's a bit like... I mean, you could sort of guess that it is the sleepy student because it fits the description very well. But then at the same time... With the Nutkin, they actually gave you a hint that you're at the correct place. Whereas this, you definitely weren't. Like, there's no hint here. Except for the name, maybe. It also, like, what she's saying also doesn't make a whole lot of sense, to be honest. Right? Been waiting for you. Here, my master bade me give you this key. To go so far as to disguise himself as a woman, it shows how much he wanted to meet you in person. Anyway, I've played my part, so I'll return to my training. Enjoy the rest of the game. Sleepy student, question mark. Oh, that's... I don't know. That's a bit... that's even more frustrating, I feel like. Oh, wait. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Because I actually found everything and practically solved it myself, but still wasn't able to just because the game doesn't, like, properly tell you. I don't know. That's a bit unfortunate. Such a cool quest, and then it's just slightly off of being an excellent quest, right? Such a cool idea. But again, the Golden Acorn Mansion is weird. And the fact that the sleepy student doesn't give you any hints that it's actually the correct target. Also, by the way, she was definitely not gazing towards a place of wisdom. She was gazing into the opposite direction. So, yeah, I don't know. The key sent a box, not a real gift along the letter. Let's see. Allow me to congratulate you for solving the riddles. As promised, the gift is yours. The gift is yours is to take. What? A long time ago, Master Luzoir left a little troublemaker in my care. At his behest, I taught the boy everything I knew in the ways of survival and infiltration. After years away from these shores, the boy has returned a man. By the set of his face alone, 'tis plain he has matured greatly. Are they talking about Tancred? I was suspecting that, but... A product of his time with the Scions, I do not doubt. I thank you for being there for him, and ask that you continue to do so. Lastly, I ask that you forgive me for not saying this directly. In spite of myself, I've never been good at expressing heartfelt sentiments in person, hence this letter. The manner of its delivery, at the very least, I wish to make interesting, and I hope you derive some enjoyment from it. I mean, yeah, but also no. I mean, I do vastly prefer a quest like this to, you know, Chondrite Ring cover. To your normal side quests, but still. Do they literally just give you a ring? Wait, what? I thought the quest would actually give you something, like, unique. Some kind of special glamour item or an emote or something. Well, that is even more unfortunate then. Well, whatever. Let's get back into the mind of things. My mind sort of drifted for a moment there. But now I want to get back into the main quest. Not that I'm complaining, Oriange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperids a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelland's Elpis flower lead? Well, that's quite a long tale, isn't it? Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. Ifrit and Akasa are one and the same, Akasha, I think it was pronounced right, this all but proves Nitana's theory. We're an entity, though sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamics of the great expanse. Meteion. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Atheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteion and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Atheris, not to stay. Yet that I'm still not really sure about, right? I mean, could also literally be that we're meant to travel to Meteion and destroy her. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteion? The Venat I know would never give up. That's my impression too, otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteion. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ironbolt and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. That is, in Labyrinthos. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home, in Labyrinthos. Oh. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostra where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Perfect opportunity to ask them. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Welp. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future I unmade, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Umbral calamity averted. In this timeline, at least, too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Atheris now. That is definitely one of the biggest questions for me still. Because I'm 99% sure that the timeline that we visited back on Elpis and the timeline that we're in now is the exact same. So Venat both saw us 12,000 years ago and now knows that we are the self-same person. Right? Well, the others don't remember, obviously, but still. I very much think that we're actually on the same timeline. But then, what did become of Graha's timeline? How do we have me traveling back in time and it actually staying on the same timeline while Graha traveled back in time and it's an entirely different one? That does seem rather strange to me, right? That is a bit weird. But then again, yeah, I don't know. It's very, very curious to sort of have two almost identical but fundamentally different forms of time travel in the same sort of universe? After sending Graha and Justinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Amoenus for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end? Master Metoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the ethereal sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Antitower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand. Well, I can suspect that Master Metoya is not entirely, on the Forum's side with that. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Heidelin using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Van Daniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The rostral reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Nishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. Yeah, I can understand that. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the rostra. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacius didn't go unnoticed. At first, I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives. But it's like we discussed at the Great Work, when faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant, they fight. Either way, it's our right to choose. 'Twas Heidelin's commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loperids were to deliver the people of Aetheris from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. Yes, that is also something... I mean, I said this before, right? When we were finishing up with Elpis, I was wondering about how much time had passed since our visit, since that incident with Van Daniel, or the old new Van Daniel with Hermes, and the memory loss of Emet-Selch and Hythlodeus, and the actual event of the final days. I wonder how much time was in between those, because even for Venat, coming up with a spaceship and a literal moon as a means of escape seems like quite the feat. So, yeah, I wonder how much time to prepare she actually had. Because, I mean, it might be one thing to sort of invent a race of Loperids that would build the spaceship while she can where she can't do anything. But it's a complete other thing to sort of come up with the required knowledge in the first place, right? I mean, not only would you have to have a lot of knowledge about the Great Expanse in and of itself, but also about, sort of space traversal, spaceship engineering. And then she had to practically devise all of these plans so that the Loporrits would be able to follow them, right? So that seems like a lot of work. Unless maybe she had help with that to some degrees, so maybe there were already plans for something similar and then she just repurposed those plans for her spaceship? Oh, I already talked to you. The forum is in session, and as such, the roster is closed to visitors. A scion of the Seventh Dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressively forbidden. Yeah, sure. I can do magic anyways. It doesn't matter if I have a book in my hand or not. Wait, am I supposed to wait outside or... Guess this is where the other people were waiting. Oh, for fuck's sake, I already let you into my room. Why the hell am I still tired?
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Oh?
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
You think the trailer line's coming up? The one from the very end of the launch trailer? Because I don't think we've heard it yet, right?
By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzadhan.
So they can actually have, talk nicely to us.
The satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety.
How do you plan on doing that, though? Because that seems still like quite the undertaking if we don't really have a device that might be able to transport like large quantities of matter to the moon.
Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
That's actually quite the intelligent way of doing that. I mean, it's sort of obvious that you would do it that way, right? Send those people first that are able to sort of, I don't know, ensure that basic institutions are running correctly before sending all the other people to the moon, but still not necessarily something that a lot of civilizations would have come up with, I feel like.
Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzadhan was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
Which is also something that not every other nation would have done, I feel like. Maybe now, since we've now been together for quite some time as the, Grand Company of Eorzeal, whatever.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
Mm-hmm. As long as we have the time, I guess.
Pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
Well, at some point, we'll just have to stop.
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Also quite true.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
Very much seems like it.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today.
Or is it like literally a rocket within Labyrinthos?
However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Okay.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
It's just incredibly interesting to me that we are now suddenly talking about a literal space rocket that they're building, and we're talking about propulsion. This is such an incredible feat that the story is able to accomplish, that we're moving between all of these. It almost feels like it's sort of an amalgamation of all the great things that exist sort of within our world as well, right? So there's physics and philosophy and space travel, but then there's also fantasy elements and magic, and it is such a great combination of things, and it all works, right? It fits together really, really well because they were able to sort of sufficiently ground all of these technologies and different sort of ways to live and build into these different nations that all sort of serve a different purpose and have a different approach to, I guess, life in general, right? It's just absolutely incredible to me how they're able to accomplish this. One small second. All right. Let me grab another of this marzipan heart.
Solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions.
We have conditions.
If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
Oh, yeah, so we are... Oh! Or am I misunderstanding this? So... Huh. Yeah, this... They'll be much harder to be convinced upon, right? So I guess what Alfino's trying to say here is that we want to use the Ark to find Meteion and get rid of the threat altogether. Which again... I'm still curious as to what Hydaelyn / Venat is thinking about this. Because the only reason why Theris was spared the fate of the final days for the last 12,000 years is because apparently Zodiac created a huge shield of ether around the planet. I don't quite get how that would work on the moon, though. Or is that the purpose of the moon's surface? Maybe because... Is the moon's surface literally sort of ether in stasis? But still, I mean... No matter where we would fly, wouldn't we still have to suffer the final days? Or wouldn't... Maybe... I guess maybe the implication is that Meteion wouldn't really be able to find us? If we flee the star?
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Don't you want to know what other method or thing we want of the Ark? Before agreeing or disagreeing with us? That seems like a bit of an oversight. You realize that we literally want to repurpose your spaceship in order to fly I don't know where. Do we even know, like, technically speaking, this particular spaceship is meant to travel between Aetheris and its moon. I mean, granted, probably a couple of 100 times in a very few days or short time span, whatever. But to ask it to fly literally to the end of the universe, or the known universe, or wherever Meteion is, seems a bit much to ask of this particular spaceship. We still don't even know where Meteion would be. Although then again, we could converse with Heidelin in order to find out, I guess. She should be able to locate that, right? I mean, the ethereal sea in and of itself should have a large amount of ether. Oh. He's agreeing as well.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
I did not expect this.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
So he is sort of the project lead and did not agree with this vote. Interesting.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Oh. Everybody's a legend these days, huh? Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. Well, I trust you with that. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Still true. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loporrits. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. Perhaps if Midgardsormr was still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. And then again, there is no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. Yeah, how exactly did Midgardsormr traverse the Great Expanse, I wonder? Is he aware of this dynamis force? Or did he just travel for a very long time? I mean, he's a dragon, right? He could just travel for 1,000 years and wouldn't care. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and moon, but from your account it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. What are you saying? I mention this because while Vinard knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Well, I mean, the Loperids told us, right? Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. Yeah, I think she kinda knows. I'm a little bit vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though I suspect that in time they'll share that too with us, and with Master Matoria if they've any sense. I suspect that's actually going to be the level 89 dungeon. Because we saw like a crystal dungeon, like in the life letter, so I'd expect it to be that. I'm still wondering about the last zone, though. Because I don't really think it'll be the Ethereal Sea, right? I mean, that would be a pretty boring place to visit, I'd imagine, so... Phew, I'll admit bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphino up on his offer. Yeah, and that they didn't ask what we want to repurpose the ship for. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hyberlin and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Yeah, that seems like a good idea, Alphino. Probably should do that. One second. Going underground. And finally, we're going back to Labyrinthos so that I can finally turn in those other side quests that have been dragging around with me for the entire time. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside of Archaon. I trust you can make your own way there? Sure. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? That is also why the middle zone of Labyrinthos is literally looking like... I mean, I guess it's sort of the top of the... whatever it's called. The top of the spaceship. So I guess I have to return to doing some side quests first in Labyrinthos. I mean, it's not a big deal, I can finally finish them. Still wonder why there's a Chocobo cube down there. Are you the lift attendant? Yes, I want to descend. Although, do you think that they can actually open like the roof of it? Thank you again for agreeing to help. It goes to show that mechanical gauges aren't always as important as trusting one's own senses. Your enumeration as promised. Now I must see about organizing repairs for the broken sprayer. It's been a while since I actually did that quest. Bam! And I'm level 83 on Paladin. Alright, I can turn these two back on. So then, now that I look at it, do you think that some of these big structures here maybe are also for sort of, what's the word? I guess storing the necessary energies in order to launch? And that thing in the middle there, right, with the blades, that's sure to be whatever ship or other thing they have here, correct? I mean, that has to be it. Pretty sure of that. Let's actually do the side quest first, though. But I'll do that with a mount. How many ether currents am I missing here? So all of the side quest ether currents and 6 normal ones. It's been quite some time since I went here, right? That's actually... It is rather interesting. I wouldn't have thought that it would take this long to go back here. Although, obviously, in retrospect, it makes a ton of sense that this is the way it would work. What? Seriously? I didn't see that? By the way, I've been, transporting this raw meat for, I think a whole week now in my inventory? Interesting. I don't know whether or not the monsters will still like it, though. See, was there actually another side quest here, or did I do all of them? I definitely missed the side quests down in the second layer, or middle layer. Look at you, all finished and with a distinct lack of bleeding and sobbing. This is why I prefer to employ mercenary types to feed our more aggressive specimens. Fortunately, I can simply let the carnivores hunt down their own meals much of the time, but this is a closed habitat. If we don't intervene to fill bellies on occasion, the delicate equilibrium between predator and prey will all come crashing down. Thank you for helping to maintain that balance. Always nice to be of service. So this is where the others are, that's where the quest is. I don't think there's actually more quests here, right? As far as I can see. Oh yeah, right, I can... Oh, never mind. I already did that. Any luck with the logs? Yes, these should be riddled with the little darlings. Thank you, both from me and on behalf of my sure-to-be appreciative fellow archivists. After all, no dish has more nutritional value than one made with beetle larvae. Cool. Let's continue the main quest, because it's literally right here. And I think I've done all the quests here, so then the only quests that remain are the ones on the middle layer. And then maybe some quests down where we are going now. Do they intend to carry everything in the Archaeon to the moon? They said they had started loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? I mean, that's the general idea, right? Seems so long ago we first set foot here. It really does. I mean, it's been a week, right? Wait, when did I last set foot here? Did I do that on my... in Endwalker? I think I did, right? Yeah, obviously. So that was 9 days ago. Some would surely object to the forums allowing foreign elements to have the run of their secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. It's been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. Where once we were refused entry, we're now welcomed as guests. Yeah, if only they had done it in the first place. Although then again, it wouldn't really have changed all that much. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archaeon. Mayhap the Forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loperids did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. That we have been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Look that they have been willing to confide in us sooner. Yeah, that's just what I said. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. True. I mean, the purpose of this looking like the outside is obviously so that whatever they store down here actually retains its natural form, right? It wouldn't make much sense to have this as a storehouse for, like, living samples and whatever else. And then, you know, I mean, it's a bit ridiculous considering what they've built down here, but then again, at the same time, for the purposes of actually, if you want to build an ark and conserve these species, it does make sense. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophiline take you to the medial circuit. You, sir. In accordance with Exodus Protocol, access to the Archaeon and its related services have been suspended indefinitely. Your cooperation and understanding is appreciated. You were the one that ratted us out to the Forum in the first place. You wish to use the lift, yes? Indeed we do. Although we could just travel around. I mean, it's not like the cave was too much of a hassle. I'm well aware there are more important things than research right now, but I feel it is paramount I carry on as normal. I have sent your associates ahead to the Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Mariel Agronomics. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to... No, never mind, it can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Okay. Where's this gardening facility? Wasn't it to the left, or...? To the right. I think it was to the left, right? I think it was over there. I mean, yeah, I think that probably only the middle is the actual spaceship, right? The rest probably has other purposes. That's the garden. I think there should be... There should be the other side quests there. Oh, of course. I hope these actually were the only ones. I'm not entirely sure. And obviously I could look at the map, but... There's the last necklace that I was missing the entire time. Might you have some time to spare for an old researcher, lad? Physical labor doesn't come to me as easily as it once did, and I'm in search of someone a bit more spry to assist me. The task is a simple one, rest assured. You need only plant these experimental seeds in the nearby fields. You would be compensated for your travels, of course. No special skills are required of you. If you've planted one seed, you've planted most of them. Well then, I look forward to seeing what you can do. We literally have to do this here. Is it only 5 quests? Then I ran past other quests as well, or... No mushroom for error. Oh god, what is that quest name? Sir, I say sir, I seem to be in a bit of a bind, and I was wondering if you might lend your aid to remedy the plight of a struggling student? Oh, of course, introductions. I am Pablois from the Studium, where my research involves the finer points of bacteria and fungi. I'm here to harvest mushrooms from Labyrinthos for my experiments, but I'm afraid I may be in over my head. You see, the mushrooms are located in the 33rd facet, but that shaft is positively swarming with things I can scarce stand to look at, let alone face in combat. It is not common for members of the Studium to request help from the more martially inclined, and so here I am before you. Will you procure the mushrooms for me? I would be forever in your debt. Oh, thank you, good sir. Well then, the sample number for my plot is 316. The mushrooms stand out among the others with red caps and a distinctive triangle shape. Triangle shape, okay. Just in case, however, I do have this illustration. I understand all too well the impulse to become lost gazing at the fungi. Perhaps this will keep you on track. If you find the sheer variety of the mushrooms to be overwhelming, then simply consult the picture and it should put you back on track. Okay. Distracted archivist. Lost little troll. Oh dearie me. My sweetest Shaggles, one of the Archaon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Noelhi Tia, an archivist. The Archaon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set up by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? My thanks. I will continue my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. Once you've had a comprehensive look around, please meet me at the Archaon to report your findings. It's not mud. If I'm not mistaken, you have the steely eyes of an adventurer, one who looks death in the eye and does not flinch. It just so happens that I require a sample of rare earth, but it can only be found in a location rife with vicious plants and gods know what else. I would give you a hefty sack of coin if you could retrieve it for me. If you are willing, pray make your way to Troglophile Steep and gather for me 3 samples of brown mud. The darker the better, I say. I suggest sharpening your weapons beforehand, but I won't tell you how to do your job. A right trade. Greetings! You seem eager to give a small portion of your time up in the name of progress. All I require is help with a simple delivery, and rest assured you will receive just recompense. I've been expecting someone from the dairy farm to pick up this batch of fruit, but I've seen neither height nor hair. I've seen neither height nor hair of them. I'd deliver it myself, but my duties have prevented me from slipping even an from these crates. The fruit is liable to rot if not stored properly, so if it isn't too much trouble, please make haste to Mitato and deliver them to my colleague there. Is this really the only quests I missed? Or were there other ones somewhere else? I mean, I know that one of them, the troll thing, is a quest line, I suspect. Oh. Whoopsie. Well, at least this quest was really fast. Once again, I do like side quests that take place in the same area. Slightly flushed, are you? Good. I take it that means you've planted the seeds. You have my thanks, and if all goes to plan, the realms as well. You see, my research involves the production of nutrient-rich plants that can be harvested in greater numbers than any we have seen thus far. However, even the most extraordinary crop is useless if they cannot be planted and raised by the common man. I've long made ease of use a priority when I develop new seeds, asking everyone from experienced researchers to eager children to plant them in the earth and then comparing results. But of course, I'm sure you've had more than enough long-winded explanations over your journeys to last a lifetime. Take this reward for your contribution and take satisfaction in a job well done. Nice! Finally, the missing piece. Yep. This looks much better now. Obviously, I'm missing the last 6, or not 6. How many are there? The last 9 pieces that I'm missing. Okay, I think... I'm sorry, I'm sometimes checking my phone. It's just, you know, a friend of mine is also playing through the quests, and I mean, they're definitely further along than I am, but it's just nice to sort of, you know, talk about the things you experienced. To the east. Yeah, this is the one that I definitely sort of missed. I think it's either in the cave or maybe up here somewhere. I think that's the only ether current that I missed that is on the middle level, I think. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I think that would be like 5 ether currents per level? Yeah, I think it's in the cave somewhere. One thing I also have to just say is how brilliantly they've been able to make the servers as stable as possible. That's just really, really cool. I think that's probably the most stable the servers have ever been for a launch, so that's pretty incredible. These don't appear to be the correct, although they do have a certain charm. Oh, right, I need to find the right ones. Look up here then. These impossible to climb slope. That somehow we were able... Well, I mean, we went down the slope, not up the slope, but... A black mushroom, that doesn't seem to be it either. Although it does have a triangle shape. To the north. How the hell did I run by that? That's weird. Oh, seriously. Oh, whoopsie. That was the wrong off global that I was pressing there. Ah, whatever. These mushrooms match the illustration in your hands. Your long search is over. Alright, one quest done. This cave is larger than I remember. I mean, I know that it was quite extensive, but... Southwest. Oh, you know why I missed it? Because it's in the other... sort of... It's down the other way that I didn't go through. Wait a second. What? Where's that quest? Huh? Am I missing something there? Oh, I think that's the other... Is it the other cave? I think there was a second cave here, wasn't there? Yeah, does seem like it. There is no other ether current apparently though. Troglophiles deep. another extent. Holy sh... What? How did they excavate these caves? Anyway, these are massive. Brown mud. And this is sightseeing log 18, which is this one. Troglodytes Deep. This cavern serves as a breeding ground for certain subterranean species deemed vital to ongoing research efforts, including a study into creating fertilizer from the subject's phosphorus-rich excrement. Nice. So that's what we're picking up here? Great. Troglofauna reproduction is, however, an inexact science, routinely resulting in excessive numbers of cave-dwelling offspring spilling out into nearby habitats. Okay. The weird music's coming back. I still think, yeah, I know, I mean, obviously this music isn't for everybody, right? But I like that they're willing to experiment, and it's just a very, I don't know, it fits so well with the sort of, with this place in general, in my opinion. It's just this very odd music, right? That you wouldn't really expect, and I think in a way, that's really what this place is, isn't it? And also, it does have some quote-unquote normal, relaxing parts to it, like this one. So now I have to run down the other cave again as well. Wait, is one of the quests up here? Search for this the designated lost little troll. Is that here? Or is it down on the middle level? It's kind of hard to tell. Because it does appear... well then again it could also be down there. No wait, I think it's actually down, right? Yeah, definitely. So let's get the ether current then. So it should be in this general area. Oh, there it is. Did they expect you to go this way? It's a bit weird, isn't it? Although then again, if I had checked my compass, I would have obviously found it, you know, a lot earlier. So that westward one, I think that's already on the lowest level. Run, my little chocobo! You see no trolls, great or small. Perhaps a bit further in. Great. Let's run into the direction we just came from. Probably should have taken this path first, but whatever. Sorry. God, I'm really not all that fit today, am I? Definitely need to rest a bit better. better today. I mean, obviously it will still be going for, I don't know, good 2 hours or something, but then I should probably, actually sleep. The errant troll was nowhere to be seen. Well, Hitia may have had better luck. Oh. Wait, are we... Are we meant to meet him... It's a bit hard to tell, right? By only looking at the minimap, where these quest objectives actually are. So I think they're all on the middle level, but they do look like they would be in the upper one. Where are these slimes going? The mobs seem a bit, like, denser here. Where's the main quest anyway? Is it over there by the door or gate or whatever thing? Stray egg. What? You've returned. Am I surprised? No, of course not. I have the utmost faith in your abilities. Well, did you bring the samples? I sure did. Excellent work. With this, I shall continue my research into the techniques of the Naxia, skilled fighters and farmers both. I recently acquired texts from their homeland that go into some detail about their agriculture. Did you know they mix bat droppings into the soil to make it more fertile? Quite ingenious. The land they live in is quite temperate, and it is writ that after 100 summers, the droppings solidify into something resembling stone, further concentrating the nutrients contained within. After 100 years? Well, that's quite some time. Of course, the samples you've provided me today are far too ripe to be of much use on their own. However, what is the purpose of research if not to free us from the bounds of the natural world? What's that? Of course, I'm sure I said that the droppings resemble mud, didn't I? Regardless, I aim to speed up the ripening process, creating in days what takes nature centuries to accomplish. If I succeed, farmers across the realm will rejoice, and I will have you to thank for it. Cool. I picked up some shit again. I mean, literally. Well, I can see by the dirt on your boots that you did some manner of digging. Were you able to find my sample? Ah, yes. These match my illustration exactly. Thank the 12 that the Wraith of Heart still walk this realm. Do you have an interest in fungi yourself? These were developed from the spores of the elf stool, which can only be found in the Aurum Vale. A rare mushroom, these are superior in every way. For one, they are much less inclined to kill you. A vast improvement by any measure of the word. Yeah, I can attest to that. Of course, I've had my failures, but the less said about those the better. What matters is now, and the Revolution Sample 316 is sure to herald. Oh, the Revolution Sample 316 is sure to herald. What am I reading? Fucking hell. Wait. Seriously? Is it really up there, or... I think I'm... Ugh. Go there first. I think technically there probably are some quests to the west as well. I think there were quite a few more, but I'll look for those after I've done these. I think he's literally waiting up there. Can we take the lift back upstairs? I think we can. Well, at least that makes the matter a bit quicker. I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down. Is it up here somewhere as well? Apparently so. Yes, there can be no doubt. These are Shaggle's footprints. I have uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat from the local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. Why do I have a feeling that I actually have to do that? Somehow that's always the case when they say I have to dispatch of the local assailants or something like that. Oh, 2 of them. Oh no, poor Shaggles has been set up by trolls. Trolls! Quick, to the rescue. Yeah. Oh, Shaggles is actually really small. I don't know does this actually do more damage? He's really small. Poor Shaggles. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safer now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Glenn's buffoon. Grrr. It can talk? Yeah, okay. You're okay on it's in the thread. I must do something. Grrr. I don't know what it would sound like. You can talk? You can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Incredible! I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. To think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you are able to understand him. understand him, and I am not. Yeah, I'm sort of special. Let's leave it at that. An explanation will go a bit too far, I think. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too.
You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to call the way you kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of that power from the tomes of the Archival. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge, and he makes no effort to engage with it. Grr.
What do you call him a buffoon? That's a bit mean.
At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archaean is in grave danger. Some girls Gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help, but you saw how that turned out.
Well, what is he saying? Oh, dearie me. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. The way he just stands there and smiles. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. But would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him after all, and he seems miles ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. If I have to. Only for the little furball, though. It's not what I expected, to be honest. So that's the first one, then. Problematic pests.
Allow me to explain a few things first. Staff at the Archaeon regularly use alchemic pesticides to keep the place free of harmful creatures.
God, it's actually hard to speak like that.
Unfortunately, the woodworm I found seemed to be entirely resistant to the type of pesticide employed at the facility. I skimmed a few tomes, including the New Eorzean Geographic, but I couldn't...
Is that supposed to be the National Geographic? The New Eorzean Geographic.
But I couldn't manage to identify the Vulcan in the Archaeon. I'm guessing it must be a new species. Grr. We won't get very far if we know nothing about the enemy, so I went ahead and captured one of the woodworms. We could try showing it to someone who knows more about this sort of thing than I do.
And off he goes. I see. In that case, I think we'd best serve by a biologist at Miriel Agronomics, shall we? Isn't that the facility we just came from? Where are we anyways? Oh right, we're here. So... That's down there somewhere, right? And the ether current is on the lowest layer. Let me go down, please. Thank you very much. Okay, dokie. Maybe I can go here first? Let me take a look at whether or not there are other quests there. I mean, we can do the quest line either way, right? It's not a big deal. There can't be too many quests there, right? Aren't there only like 3 NPCs in that direction? That's definitely not at the building. Yeah, I think over there, right? That building in front. I think there was a couple of... What am I saying? There were a couple more side quests there, is what I wanted to say. Although I'm slowly getting more awake again. I think it was just because I ate a lot that I was sort of fairly... tired. These are the sheep that were in the introductory cutscene, right? Sock farming mammoth. You look a little bit, I don't know, what's the word? Why do you have an axe? Although then again, maybe I was wrong. There don't actually seem to be any quests here. Oh, hello. Was there something you needed? Oh, what specimen, so plump and fragrant. You said you came all the way from Mariel Agronomics. Thank you for making the trek. It would have been a shame to see these go to waste. Sometimes the cattle here are so temperamental that I quite forget my other obligations. Ruas must be cross with me. This isn't the first time I've accidentally shirked my appointments with him. I must give him something by way of apology. Perhaps this golden cheese will do the trick. Golden cheese? What kind of things do you have here? As you well know, we at Mitato pride ourselves on our research into the various methods of animal husbandry and fermentation used throughout the realm, and this cheese is our latest masterpiece. Came about in no small part thanks to the fruit you just delivered. We feed it to our cattle, and it is the main contributor to the cheese's heavenly fragrance. If it's not too much trouble, could you deliver this wheel of rhubarb? 2 rhubarb, not off rhubarb. Why can you... I think this is a mistake, right? You can see into the building. There's actually something inside the building as well, or maybe it just looks like that from the back. Huh, interestingly enough, or did I already do the quests here? That could also be the case. Maybe I forgot about that. Maybe I actually... Yeah, now that I think about it, maybe I actually did do some, like, 2 quests or something here. Because obviously I was here for the main story. And then I just didn't make it to back to the other quests because the main quest came in between, I think. Well, all the better. It's only this one quest line with the small cute troll then.
I actually like listening to the music here, to be quite honest. It's just such a fun tune somehow. Although it is interesting, had I done these before, there wouldn't have actually been any side quests up until this point here, which is interesting. I mean, I suspect there's going to be a couple more side quests on the lower level, right? No fruit, I see. I trust you delivered it without incident. You didn't eat it, did you? This is golden cheese! The legends say only the masters of Warlid knew the secret of its creation. I never thought I'd lay my eyes on a single slice, let alone a whole wheel. If I receive one of these each time Sibylline forgets her obligations, then she can be as absent-minded as she pleases. What does it taste like, I wonder? Will it live up to the tall tales? Oh, my apologies. I do tend to get carried away when it comes to cheese. Annie wrote, thank you for your assistance and take this for your time. I would share this cheese with you, but yeah, do it your own cheese. I mean, I really like cheese as well, especially if it's like a really, really tasty one. Your troll showed me the woodworm sample, but the best I can do is confirm that I've never seen it before. I'd say your hypothesis. I have had trouble pronouncing words today. Hypothesis that it's an undiscovered species is highly likely. In order to ascertain how best to deal with the insect, we would need to learn about its original habitat. I found it clinging onto a veterinarian too, who used to make medicine that was recently brought to the Archaeon. It was delivered by Rogady and Galena. Let's go ask her about it. And he's running off again. Well, what are we waiting for then? To the Archaeon? Again? That troll truly speaks to you, doesn't it? Perhaps the woodworm is not the only new species in our midst. What's that supposed to mean? Never heard of the echo? No? Yeah, attack me all at once. Yeah, seriously? What the hell? It's always nice to see people watching cutscenes at the, main story points. Oh, I found that in Thavnair. To be more specific, at the Alchemist's Outpost, the Great Work. It was used by the first alchemist, they say, and there are few tools like it still extant. I spent days arguing my case before its owner agreed to hand it over. It's all coming together now. The woodworm was probably exposed to so many alchemic concoctions in that settlement that it developed a hardy resistance to substances like the pesticide. Let's waste no time in clearing the biologist about this. And off he goes. I feel like I've seen that little troll in the Archaeon. Is it alright for him to be out and about like this? Well, circumstances have required us to set him free for a bit. Closely monitored, of course. Now, where did he go? Oh my, we should make for Meryl Agronomics straight away then. She must be a bit confused. God, why is that troll, like, the way I'm doing the troll's voice? It's really weird.
I don't know why it's so much trouble to do that. Feels like it shouldn't be. Weird.
Is she speaking like this?
Or for some reason, that really strains, like, not your voice, but rather your throat. It's really weird. Well, that certainly makes a lot of sense in light of all that's happened thus far. I happen to know that the alchemic pesticide used at the Archaeon was created in Savnir, so it's hardly surprising that our woodworm friend has developed a resistance to it. Now, how shall we solve this conundrum? Pests be gone. It may not be the most inventive solution, but what if we were to make an even stronger pesticide?
But how?
Assuming that's a yes, I'll need you to get your hands on a luncheon toad's poison gland. I'll take care of the rest. Oh my, despite their adorable name, those toads are not to be trifled with.
Think you're up to it? Never fooled Clay isn't, so I'd say you're the only hope.
I take it he skipped right to asking for your assistance. You'll find the toads roaming near Pneuma, I believe. Do take care now. Yeah, I've run by them multiple times. This is a lot of running back and forth. I mean, it's, you know, not that much of a distance. It's already getting dark again. Bum ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. There is one of them? Yeah. I think I just have to slay them, probably. Bye-bye. See, this time as well, it just immediately dropped. I wonder what was wrong with this one quest where it took me, I don't know how long. Like 8 monsters or something? The one in Thavnir? It took me like 8 monsters for them to drop that. What was it? I think it was some kind of jewelry or something that they had, that we were looking for. That was really weird. I'd never seen anything like that. Because usually 14 is, you know, most fetch quests are, you know, 3, maybe 4 things maximum that you have to collect. And then even for quests that sort of randomly drop things, it never takes more than 3 tries to get it. Usually, that is. Maybe I was just really unlucky. Ooh, judging by the smell, I think it's safe to assume you've got what I asked for. Allow me to tuck that away before we all pass out from the stench. Sure. Out of smell, out of mind, and now I've got all I need to make one of the most potent pesticides out there. Ooh. Hold on just a moment. Director, what exactly are you making here, and why does it smell like the inside of a toad? And you, Nerwil Tia? Not Ty. Well, Tia, I believe your job requires you bring any missing specimens back to the Archaeon, not take them on a tour for the realm. Please, allow me to explain. I see why you feel such drastic action is needed. However, I cannot permit you to release such a potent pesticide inside my Archaeon. It could damage that which is housed within, and there's no telling how it might affect Labyrinthus' environment once the fumes inevitably escape the building. Whilst the pesticide we currently use may be on the weaker side, that is also one of its strengths. It has a negligible impact on the environment. You clearly haven't given your plan much thought. Fear not, I shall come up with a solution in due course. For now, let us return the specimen to the Archaeon. There's little to be gained by allowing a troll to ruminate on such matters, no matter how odd it may be.
Another chance. I can't sit back and watch those marvelous books be destroyed.
Is it addressing me? It truly wishes to protect the tome so strongly. Very well, in light of you having discovered the woodworm issue in the first place, I shall grant you one more chance to present a solution. Should you prove capable of ridding us of the infestation, I promise to cease treating you as a mere specimen. Assuming that you come up with the solution all on your own, of course, you are forbidden from consulting the researchers, understood? That's actually a bit unfair. Ooh, apparently my friend actually got one of the trial mounts already. Dream big. Well, that will still take some time for me, I fear. But there's more than enough time. I mean, think about it. The raid only releases in 3 weeks, right? 3 weeks and 2 days. So that's plenty of time to get all things, up and running. And also, I mean, there is so much time after that as well.
I worry that I won't be able to come up with a way to solve our problem. Let me go and think on my own for a bit.
It's alright, you don't need to interpret for me. Even I can tell he's struggling with the weight of his task. Creatures like trolls tend to perk up when someone pets them. Why don't you show Shaggle some affection?
Of course.
He might pretend not to like it at first, but trust me, he'll warm up to it soon enough. Shaggle. Just such a good name. Sometimes I think a quest like this should actually give you that particular minion, But then again, do we have that already? I don't know how long a troll minion might have existed, or if it's new. Come here, Shaggles. Ooh, I haven't... Ah, never mind. Yeah. There's the other Aetheryte. Come here, little Shaggles. There. You'll be able to do it.
What are you doing? I'm not a dog.
Pet Shaggles one more time. I think he liked it.
I actually feel a bit better now.
Seems like he's back to his old self. Listen, Shaggles, if anyone can do this, it's you. He just has this really
sort of, I don't know, peaceful smile on his face. I'd normally call him a buffoon and move on, but I'm the one who nearly destroyed Labyrinthos' ecosystem by unleashing a super-strength pesticide. If anyone's a fool, it's me. Aw. I know I'm forbidden from consulting the researchers, but I can ask you for advice, right? You must have fought your fair share of foes on your adventures. How do you take down the especially girl ones?
I simply end them. I harness all my strength.
We can't use a strong pesticide. The fumes would go havoc. Wait, fumes? That's it. We need to suffocate the Vulcan. I bet we could start the worms of oxygen with the gas emitted when you put hydrochloric acid on limestone. We'll need to evacuate the staff and other living specimens, but it would damage the tomes or documents. We won't know if it'll work unless we got ready to go. No worry, Gia can get the acid, so I just need you to find some limestone. There's more than enough for the taking and the 30 groove acid. Meet us at the archival once you have it.
And back to the caves. I get the impression you've come up with a solution. Would you mind filling me in? Brilliant. Though I'd best at least pretend to be looking after Shaggles while I fetch the acid. Please do get that stone in the meantime. And he's running off again. It's a very confident little troll. I mean, he has every right to be, but still. Maybe you should, if you're that small, maybe you should be a bit more, I don't know, considerate in terms of where you go, and not just go there. Why are there so many mobs so close to the path? Usually they're further away. Let's make like a round trip here, I guess. If we have to go this way anyway. This is quite... I'm still astounded by how big this cave is. And there's yet another one that's also really big. I wonder why they decided to make the caves this big. I mean, in a way it does make sense, right? Because they're meant to be, well, sort of naturally occurring caves, but they were also excavated a bit more to make room for further expansion in Labyrinthos. So, considering the reason why they're expanding Labyrinthos, this definitely does make sense, but at the same time it feels excessively large. Seriously.
It always looks like the quest is, like, north on the upper layer. It looks like that every freaking time. But I think this should be the end to this quest line. And then I'll take another short break and get myself something to drink. Because I'm quite thirsty. And then we'll continue with the main quest. Yeah, I wonder how many more side quests there's going to be here. I mean, I think I took a couple of breaks more than usual today, and it definitely, like, lunch took a little bit longer, I think. But I mean, I've still been live for 12 hours. I mean, you can subtract maybe a bit of over an hour in terms of, like, breaks that I took. But still, it's a fairly long time. I didn't even achieve that much, I feel like. I mean, obviously there were some big story beats at the end of Elpis, but considering how far I was already through that area when I started today, you know, it actually took me a really, really long time to get back here, I have a feeling. Well, then again, I mean, there was also that duty in Garlemald, and like a lot of story cutscenes, a lot of... Oh, it's actually... I could have just gone through the cave. Oh, whatever. I don't think it really makes that much of a difference in terms of the... sort of the time that it would take to get here. Do you not find the 33rd facet to be a bit scary? I'm terrible with gloomy places like that. Everyone's out, and we've got the asset as promised. Did you keep your end of the bargain?
Sure, here it is.
Any grooves, I'll be back.
Where are you going now? I guess he's administering his resolution. There you are.
I filled the test room with gas. Now we only need to wait and see what happens. Oh no, I've been on my own almost as long as I can remember. I do recall that I constantly questioned my parents, which is probably what led to them giving up on me altogether.
Oh.
Insane intelligence or belligerence, depending on who you were, saw me rescued and brought here. It made me interesting, I suppose. I've only ever been treated as a specimen. You're the first person I've been able to have an actual conversation with.
I mean, it must be hard if you're, you know, if you literally can't talk to anybody and any, you know, nobody even notices that you can talk.
For the longest time, the Archaon's books were my only friends. They were both my loyal companions and my window from which I gazed upon the outer world. That's why I can't stand by and let them be destroyed. Naturally, I would like for my intelligence to be recognized so that I might become a researcher in my own right, but more than anything, I want to protect the Archaon.
I can understand that.
It worked! It actually worked! The pests are no more, and the tomes look as good as new.
Well done! Your method is both effective and safe. We shall waste no time in using it to rid the entire facility of woodworms. As promised, you will no longer be treated as a mere specimen. From now on, you are an apprentice researcher.
Oh, thank heavens the Archaon will be safe once more. And allow me to thank you for everything. I couldn't have done it alone. My very first project as an apprentice will be to study how to produce sounds just like you can do. After career, I want to be a researcher. I need to learn how to speak with people other than you.
It's good to see Shaggles looking so pleased. Thank you for all you've done for us. Oh, but before you go, could you perhaps tell me what he thinks of me? He's rather disparaging. Is that so? Ah, but he's too adorable to be angry with. Come, let me pet you.
Jesus, you buffoon! I'm no one's pet.
No, come back. Oh God, poor little Shaggles. Many Lalas probably know exactly what he's going through. He's chasing after him. Okay. I'm attuned to this crystal, right? To this etherite? Yeah, that's this one. Okay. Let's actually chill here for a minute. I'll get myself something to drink and then I'll be back. Can I sit down here? Oh yeah, you can. Well, there's a frog here. I didn't even notice. Sharlian frog. Alright, I'll be back in a minute.